Leche. Leche. Leche.
Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
We are back! The third annual Pub Sports Radio Cappers Contest is ready for registration. 5 picks each week against the spread, and we battle for cash.
All picks lock. Saturday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Top 10% gets paid out at the end of the season. Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com.
Congratulations to last year's champions, Guillermo Zertucci and Sharpie, who were tied atop the leaderboard. But Jose, why don't we hear from our inaugural champion, Peter Loshak?
Yeah, last year, before the season started, Slaughter called me. He was like, could you not win it this year? And I was like, Jeff, anything. You don't even have to think about it. You know what I mean? So I did that. He hasn't called me so far this year.
Okay.
If he does, I'm not going to win it. If he doesn't, all bets are off, pal.
Oh, I like it.
All bets are off if I don't get that call. You know what I mean?
Wow, Pete. Thanks for your generosity.
I can't wait! September 5th, Thursday night is game 1, but your picks have to be in by Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. We battle for infamy! We battle for the Cappers Contest Pub Sports Radio Championship. Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses.
Shout out to the Gold members. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forward, Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well, and as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
And there's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy. 19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down with the advantage.
Coin! Where?
Oh no! And Fanatical Jim. Fanatical.
Get 'em, Jimmy, where low shack at? The bottle's getting empty, I'm the cracking, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated pub sports radio. Time to get educated, who can produce, pay the juice, let loose with.
Cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers. Happy Friday, September 6th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Those of you who ran with us on our live stream last night, thank you so much for doing that. It was extremely enjoyable. It was such a great group. And we got that cash. Clint destroyed the board. I went 2-0, my first 2 live bets of the year. Under 54.5, Ravens plus 7.5. It was extremely enjoyable. And thank you to those that rocked with us. God, it was very, 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 very fun, man. Those live streams we're going to be popping off for all of these football games. Of course, we have our college football on Saturday, but Thursday, Sunday, and Monday, I will be hosting them and hanging out with you guys. We had LJ from H-Town. Great to see him back in business. Of course, Brizzy doing his thing. Peter Loshak looked so smooth and slick. He looked great. A Dutch boy, fresh with the big Ragu back in business. Dabra, Kadabra, Wine Time Sports, and Clint on screen, and a ton of our friends and colleagues in the chat. So thank you guys so much. Cappers contest. We are 31 hours away. We are 31 hours away from locking in. We have 67 entries. So we had 56 last year. We're only 33 away from 100. I think 100 is a possibility. I think a 10K plus prize pool is in the cards. We have 32 for Survivor. Truly, thank you guys. Just dope to see everybody in. 67 entries into our Cappers contest, and we thank you guys for being a part of it. And we also thank Harbor Acres Cottages. Harbor Acres Cottages popping in $75 every week. $75 every week to be split amongst the perfect weeks. And that's just a great bonus. You deserve a bonus. It shouldn't just all be at the end of the year glory. Now, if there's no perfect week, it carries over. And we have a big thank you to Harbor Acres Cottages. You can get them Airbnbs. They're in Halifax, or not Halifax, but just not far from Halifax. You can fly into Halifax, but a beautiful Nova Scotia, Canada. Sorry, it was a late night, a very successful late night, and 4-0 in live bets, 2-0 in MLB, 2-0 in NFL. I had some heartbreak in MLB to cause me a 1-2 day. It is what it is. But overall, it was a winning day and an enjoyable day. And then I capped late into the night and woke up very, very early. But it's not like a 9 to 5 where you're like, oh God, I gotta get out. It's like, let's get to work and get this cash. And I love the opportunity to cap with you guys each and every day. I'm really thankful for this opportunity. So let's roll. Justin McKelvey, you never need to do that. And we all go there. We all get there. It ebbs and flows. It's very, very difficult to handle the ebbs, and you do it with such quality and honesty and consistency. And so hold your head high always. And we're very thankful to cap with you. We ride with you when you cash 10 straight, right? We ride with you because we ride with you, man. Justin McKelvey, Garcia over 1.5 bases at plus 120, and Vaughn over 1.5 bases at plus 120. Couple 120 bangers here for our guy. Let me get this all copied and pasted. We have a huge schedule today because I start off with CFL, which I'm going to get into here very shortly. Then we're going to talk NFL, Sao Paulo, Brazil game. We're going to talk that, which I'm very close to making a move on. I expect to make a move on after we talk it out. And then we go into MLB. We hammer MLB, and then we hammer college football with Wine Time Sports. So with Wine Time, just to give you guys a little setup for how things are going to bang out, we going to start with BYU Cougars, SMU Mustangs, old Jerry Ford Stadium. And then we're going to go revisit Duke Northwestern for people who missed it. With Wine Time, he's already moved on it. The line's moving in his favor. But it's still right in range for us to bet. And then on Saturday, we picked 3 games that we're going to be, Wine Time picked 3 games that he's attacking. Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, Syracuse Orange, Iowa State Cyclones, Iowa Hawkeyes. And I don't know if he's pulled the trigger on Kansas, Illinois, fighting Illini. But for our friend Saturated, we're going to cap that one. So we are, so those are the 3, and we're not cutting those out. That's just for us here on Fridays. So that is our schedule. Billy Friedrich, Eagles money line for Billy Friedrich. I would like to join you on that. Let me copy and paste this so we have pig milk play of the day is the Eagles money line. MMA, Mad Hatter in the house says blessings from Kitchener, Ontario. I big fan of Kitchener, man. Love playing the Kitchener Yuck Yucks. Probably my favorite club. A little tiny club there. It was magic. I loved it. Slow Jams Arsenal in the house. We got Viper NB Yankees, Nationals, and Philly -1 locked in so far from our guy Vipe. Get that copied and pasted here. Gerald Jones in the house. Nice winning bet. Best bet Toronto Atlanta under 8. Yes. I've been watching this line move go against Gossman and the first 5 going against Gossman, and 365 hadn't put up the first 3s. The 365 hadn't opened the whole game up. And I was waiting for it to be opened up and waiting. Let's see if it's opened up now. Oh, and it's a 7.5 now. And they still haven't. They still haven't opened up first 3s. Wow. I wonder why. Are we just taking too much cash from them on the first 3s? Okay. We'll talk about that later. Shout out to our guy, the Skunt Blaster. The Skunt Bag play today. Cubbies +120. Let's copy and paste our guy, the Skunt Blaster. Let's go. Brahma B says, what was the play that cashed for Thursday Night Football? Well, I lost my pregame bet on the under, which I got at 46, like an ass clown. But with everybody, I cashed the under 54.5. That was the first live bet that I made with you guys. These are just $100 pops. But and then I cashed the +7.5. Remember, I don't know if you remember, but at the time, 365 was offering me the 7.5, and Bet Online was offering me the 6.5, and this is the first time I've really had multiple live accounts going, because I usually just focus on 365. So I think that will help in the long run. But 365 gave me the better line. Great to see all you guys. Gordon Ninkowski in the house. Kent Davies has got a feeling the Eagles win by margin tonight, and Gordon Ninkowski also on the Philadelphia Eagles, played it 13 days ago. Let's get that copied and pasted. We will discuss all that. And Skunt Blaster, my man, thank you so much, man, for blessing our action with the Dono. Serious business in the house. Ravens and under teaser for Nasty Nate, catching that. Oh, your boy outside. Ravens under lost. It didn't. It just depends when you got it. I have a lot of colleagues got 47.5, bet at a much more appropriate time than me, and a ton of colleagues pushed on the 47. I would say more of my friends and colleagues either pushed or won it, if you combine the two, then lost it. Of course, I was in the latter. Skunt Blaster says, where is Rumple Foreskin? Rumple Foreskin going to be joining us for MLB. Don't worry. Snips Bouquett going to rock with us. Dapper Capper play today. Luis Ortiz over 16.5 outs. Back-to-back scoreless 6-inning performances from Luis Ortiz. Continues to deliver Luis Ortiz. Proof Bets is worthy came through. Did he ever? I mean, he looked awesome. I mean, he just looked electric. Of course, the Chiefs get another weapon. Sweaty Butcher in the house. Jeffrey Blue about to pull up to Hard Rock, then straight to the port. Top on a cruise. Nice, Jeffrey Blue. AOD in the house. First prime cut of the season cashes. I love it. Sweaty Butcher in the house. Juan Chavez. Let's get back to it, Jimmy. Great to see you. Justin McKelvey ready to go. Ready to go. You guys don't need to cut Lapita, Loshak, or Doug, or whoever that person wants to be right now. Lapita, you're allowed to be as negative. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. So, you know what? Whatever your name is, I will unblock you when the show's over, because whoever you want to be today, you can say anything negative about me as you want. Just hammer me with negativity. It's great. Brahma B in the house. Wine Time Sports. So please, those of you with wrenches, let this is one constipated Mexican. This is the same person over and over again, and they're welcome to hammer me as much as possible. So please, there's nothing wrong with being negative towards me. That's totally legitimate. We all come from how Loshak handles it. So Doug, or one constipated Mexican, or whoever you want to be today, Lapita, whoever you are, I will unblock you. I got you're allowed to hammer me all the time, and please continue to do so. Brahma B, Wine Time Sports in the house. We got razor sharp picks. Great to see you. Hope you had a great birthday yesterday. Nasty Nate, ready to roll. It's all good. We know who it is, so don't worry about it. Don't worry, and I don't need to get into it here, but we know who it is. So Jay Peasy in the house, Justin McKelvey. So great to see all you guys. Great to see all you guys. But please let the negativity flow. We don't need to worry about that. Sharpie with the Pablo easy money. I love to see it. Rog McMahon ready to go. Jesse Nunez. Yenny looking at Yankees first 5. Jesse Nunez, Christian Watson over 39.5 receiving yards. Let's get that right here, locked and loaded. And it is great to see all you guys. Great to see all of you guys. Beavis, I know that you are. I know that you are Lapita as well. So yeah, my record's going to go up like it does every day. Look. Hammer away whoever you want to be today. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so great to see all of you guys. Jesse Nunez, Jalen Hurts over 39.5 rushing yards. And it's too bad because this person was a friend of the show. But it's okay. Things change fast, and that's part of it. That's part of it. And Beavis, please stop saying that. We have never once stopped showing records. Never once. Never one day. You did call us out last week for not showing records, and I didn't stop the show. But there's never been a situation. There's never been one show in my whole career where we didn't honestly show the records. So please keep that in mind. Okay. Chase J, Florida attorney in the house. Tori Coker ready to get to work. So let's roll. Great to see all you guys. Oh, yes, Rem, thank you. Your hat looks too big. Thank you. Tori Coker, Isaiah Scurry, ready to go. And let's roll here. Okay. Great to see all of you guys. Let's get into CFL, Canadian football here, and let's start attacking. Let me make sure I got the lines up here. And move over to CFL. And here we go. All right, let's attack, fellas. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the BC Lions, 6-6, 2-5 on the road at the Montreal Alouettes, 10-1, 5-1 at home. We're at Percival Molson Memorial Stadium in Montreal, Quebec. The BC Lions snapped their 5-game losing streak with that huge 38-12 victory last week at Touchdown Pacific in Victoria. Talk about when the right time to make a move on the total. That ended up closing at 50. I got it at 55. It was 31-6 at halftime, and I was very concerned about cashing the over. You don't like to be on an over when one team is so far ahead, because things just slow down. And that's what happened in the game. The Red Blacks did score a touchdown. They went for 2. They didn't get it. And then I knew if the Lions scored another touchdown, it was going to land on 50, and I was going to lose the over, which is what happened there. Rod Zawacki says Lions are 7-1 against the spread in their last 8 meetings in Montreal. Let's pull up the line history because it's been wild. I could have got the 3 on the Alouettes. I wanted the 3 on the Alouettes, but at the time it was continuing to move. I could have got the 3 at even money on the Alouettes. During our show yesterday, this hit 2.5 during our show. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was at a 2.5. Unfortunately, I didn't know. Then when I went to look again, it hit 4. Now, right now, you can see that Bet Online has a 4.5, which is wild to me. They had a 2.5 yesterday at 2:55 p.m. And then here at Pinnacle, they just moved it back to 3.5. 4.5 is too much. It's funny. At 2.5, 3, I want the Alouettes. At 4, I want the BC Lions. And I truly wonder if that means I shouldn't bet it. If it's that tight. If I want why didn't I attack it immediately? I can't. So I haven't bet this yet. And if it gets back to 3, I'll move on the Alouettes. At 3.5, 4, I don't want to flip just because the number doesn't quite make sense to me. Rod Zawacki passing on this one. Rod Zawacki saying that lines are 34-11 in their past 45 meetings. So Nate Rourke had the breakout game everyone was waiting for. 21-30, 325 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. William Stanback ran 20 times for 93 yards and a touchdown, caught 6 passes for 78 yards. He's now second in the league at 810 yards. The defense had its best game of the season. And the question you have to ask yourself as we cap the lines as we move forward, is this something we can expect? Is this because Matthew Betts returned and the Lions got a real pass rush with his return? Because they had no pass rush whatsoever. He came very close to cracking that 53-man roster with the Detroit Lions. So is it because if you watch the game in Touchdown Pacific, Matthew Betts was either getting to the quarterback or he was getting held. He drew a bunch of penalties. And, this defense has been horrific. They're allowing 380.2 yards per game, 6.81 yards per play. And then on the road, they're allowing 29.1 points per game. So as Matthew Betts changed that much, and I would say that yes, that the defense has improved a lot when you have a legitimate pass rush in Matthew Betts. The Alouettes coming off their bye week. They were last seen in a 21-17 victory at home over the Elks in week 12. Fajardo came off the IL, and he didn't look good in the first half. He didn't look good. The Elks took a real legitimate lead, and then the defense became impenetrable, and Fajardo got better as the game went on. The defense shut the Elks out 15-0 in the second half. Fajardo ended up 22 of 34 for 336 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Cole Speaker caught 5 for 107 yards and 2 touchdowns. Charleston Rambo, who of course was CeeDee Lamb's WR2 in college, caught 3 passes for 95 yards. So star receiver Tyson Philpott remains out of the lineup. Austin Mack made his return, came back from his tryout with the Falcons, and caught 3 catches for 32 yards, and now he is on the 6-game injured list with an ankle injury. And Austin Mack in 2023 caught 78, had 78 catches for 1,154 yards. He was a huge part of this football team. When this line moved to 4, it was right around the time when Mack was put on the 6-game injured list. They already have Kyon Julian Grant on that list, Tyler Snead. Walter Fletcher ran 11 times for 54 yards, caught 6 passes for 45 yards. The Alouettes offense is much better than it looked it is what it is in the second half of that football game, or even better. And Fajardo will get rolling again. But you weaken the Alouettes receiving core. You bring Nathan Rourke and Matthew Betts back, and this gap grows smaller. There was a huge gap between these two teams, let's say 3 weeks ago, and the gap grows smaller. So the question here is, do I get the 3 with the Alouettes? And even if it gets down to 3, if I would have taken the Lions at 4.5, should I just stay off? So look, I've not made a move here on Lions Alouettes at this point, and that is the situation ahead of us. And Lee Davis says, is the Cappers contest show up somewhere, Jimmy? Yes, it's up on our YouTube page. And yeah, it's right there. It's members only, though, Lee. That's the problem. It is members only. So, okay, let's roll. Anybody, I can tell you guys, anybody like you don't need to worry about Beavis and his many faces and who he is today. But I can tell you guys, some of you guys who it is. We know who it is. So don't worry about it. Please pay no attention to him. And he loves the attention. He feels like he's succeeding in an enormous way. So try not. Don't give it oxygen. Okay, let's move on. Saturday, September 7th, 1 p.m. Eastern, Toronto Argonauts 6-5, 1-4 on the road at the Ottawa Redblacks, 7-3-1, 5-1 at home. We're at TD Field in Ottawa, Ontario for this one. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have this at Pinnacle right now. The Redblacks are -1.5 at -104. They open up -1.5 at -109. Some very interesting player personnel moves happened recently with the Redblacks, and it honestly, with Rocky Armstead being waived, I was a big fan of what he was doing on the field. Clearly, he must be a locker room issue. This total of 51.5 minus 110 to the over has not moved. So the Argonauts have won 9 of the last 10 meetings with the Red Blacks. They beat the Red Blacks up over and over and over again. But this is a much different Red Blacks team. And I don't think we should tie too much into what the history of these two teams are. The Argos coming off an ugly 31-28 loss at Hamilton on the Labor Day Classic. We cashed the over. I did not cash the team total over for the Argos 29.5, so I lost a little bit of vig on the action. Their defense was atrocious. They allowed the Ticats to put up 465 yards of offense. Chad Kelly building momentum, after playing 2 games. Of course, he was suspended for the first 9 games. And he wasn't allowed to be with the team. Just like the first game, he threw for 322 yards, but there was a huge difference in the second game. He was just so much more efficient. I believe in that first game, he was 24 of 39. In this one, 24 of 30. Threw his first TD pass of the season, also ran 6 times for 39 yards and a touchdown. And, he doesn't have a very talented group of receivers to throw to. It's not as talented as they were last year, but he does have Kadeem Carey. He ran 12 times for 78 yards. So, this Red Blacks released Rocky Armstead. He's 4th in the CFL in rushing. Now, he was ejected in week 8 against Calgary. He's been fined a couple times this year. Clearly, he's a locker room problem, and they've signed Jamal Morrow as a replacement. Morrow looked good last year. 907 yards with the Rough Riders, 4 touchdowns. He hasn't played this year because of a wrist injury. But I don't know how this is affecting the locker room. Rocky Armstead's been awesome this year. Is he really disliked so much? I don't know. But this Red Blacks team was beaten so badly in all facets of the game, which made me want to back him here. They were outgained 444 to 247. Drew Brown looked bad for the first time this year, 21 of 33 for 206 yards and a touchdown. Their running game was non-existent in that one. But, Rocky can have a bad game. The moving Rocky Armstead makes me want to back the Argos. And I think I'm going to get there. Rocky can catch out of the backfield. He can do so many things. And I'm not saying Jamal Morrow can't, but Morrow's first game of the year, he's going to deliver. Slatsy says, Buddy in Ottawa told me there was a locker room issue, and the next day they released their running back. He's on Argos plus 1.5. Argos team total over 24.5 and the over 51.5. So, BJ best bet on the Packers. Sorry, let me get that. Robert Franklin moving on the Argos money line. So, look, it's, I can tell you, it's not Cheshire Cat. Beavis, whoever Beavis, this guy Beavis now, trust me, he's not my friend, dude. He's not my friend. He's not my friend, but please try not to. Try not to pay him any attention. He's winning right now just because we're giving him any attention, right? Do you think this is my first hater? I mean, come on. Okay, so Argos, Red Blacks. I hear what everybody's saying, and I'm interested in the Argos team total over. I'm interested in the Argos money line. Okay. I've got to sit with this Rocky situation, but I can't see how it can help Bob Dice and the Red Blacks. And I wish I knew that this was going on before that touchdown Pacific. All right, let's move on. 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. This is a triple up spot for me. Let's see what Rod's saying about the Argos. Argos 28-3 against spread in the last 31 games, following against the spread loss. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested. Okay. I can. Well, he'll just come back as someone else, but he is lying. Friend, I could cut him for that, but that's a little weak. We don't need to show weakness in it. Rod Swag says Argos are 5-0 against spread in their last 5 meetings here. Okay, let's go. The Banjo Bowl, Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I have absolutely hammered this spot. Blue Bombers first half minus a half at minus 117. Blue Bombers full game minus a 2.5 at minus 115. And Blue Bombers team total over 24.5 at minus 120. My first triple up of the season on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the Banjo Bowl. Let's take a look at the line history here right now. We have the total now at 40. I guess it's been at 48 the whole time. It's at Pinnacle, 47.5 at other books. This has moved 7 cents towards the under. Hasn't moved since Wednesday. I think that the total is a pretty sharp spot. Then we have the Bombers minus 2.5 at minus 117. They opened up at minus 2. I want to see a minus 3. I expect to see a minus 3 pretty soon. I feel like we got a discount on the Bombers today because of Miles Brown's hit on Collaros, Zach Collaros. So these two teams played, and they have a rich history against each other. And the Rough Riders have taken a series of shots at Zach Collaros over the last few years, and we'll go over them. And this is a very angry Zach Collaros. So these teams just met in the 35-33 Winnipeg Blue Bombers victory in Saskatchewan. Collaros threw for 218 yards in the first half. He had a helmet-to-helmet hit on Miles Brown. They pulled him. So Strevler came in for the second half, and Strevler, who you guys remember was a backup with the Jets in the NFL, he didn't look good. Strevler hasn't looked that good all year. Now he's a big presence on the sidelines. The guys love him, but he didn't look good. And you don't want Strevler out there. So it was a late hit. It looked intentional. It looked like it was set up to hurt him. Slatsy says Bombers are so pissed off over that cheap hit on Collaros. Lots of penalties in this one. Rod Zawacki has a 2-teamer. Winnipeg minus 2.5 and Toronto minus 6.5. So this wasn't a how we see in the NFL, in all football, the pass rusher, rushing to the quarterback and he can't stop his momentum, or he just kind of lets go. This wasn't that. So last year, Peter Robertson gave a headbutt to Collaros well after the play. And he was suspended for the Banjo Bowl. This was in the same game. He was suspended for the Banjo Bowl, and it cost him some salary. And then we go back to Garrett Marino. Garrett Marino was one of the dirtiest players we've seen. He now applies his trade for the Michigan Panthers in the United Football League. So he got, he hit Jeremiah Masoli with a horribly dirty hit and knocked him out for a year. He hit Collaros. Collaros is so fed up. The Bombers are so fed up. And Collaros is angry. I had one person say to me, do you really want your quarterback to be playing angry? And it's not that I want my quarterback to be playing angry. I want my quarterback's anger to filter through his teammates. So everybody has got a bit of rage, extra rage when they go up against that team. This is a triple up spot on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Their wide receivers are getting healthier. They still don't have Dalton Schoen, but Wolotarski and Lawler are back. This is a Rider secondary that's atrocious. And they have Trevor Harris, who threw for 368 yards last week. If you look at his statistics, he was really good. But I keep saying, he's a journeyman quarterback, average quarterback who's played for 5 different teams in the CFL. And almost all of those yards were when they were way back. And also they came when, even though you could say, well, the game got closer, it was because Chris Streveler wasn't moving the ball at all. So the Bombers defense was on the field for far too long. So I don't care that Trevor Harris threw for 368 yards. I trust the Bombers defense. I trust their anger. There's a reason why the Riders have gone 0-5-1 over their last 6 games. Triple up spot here for the Blue Bombers. First half minus a half. I got that at Pinnacle. Full game -2 at minus 115. You can still get that at minus 120, 365. And the Blue Bombers team total over 24.5. Let's roll in to the final spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. The Calgary Stampeders 4-7, 0-5 on the road at the Edmonton Elks, 4-8, 1-4 at home. We're at Commonwealth Stadium in Edmonton, Alberta. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Our last game on the board, and there's been a big move towards the Elks, which I get. Starting 0-7, I had given up on the over 7.5 wins this year, and I still have. I mean, we're sitting here with this red-black team at 4-8. They have to go 4-2 over the last 6 games. If they win this game, they still have to go 3-2 over the last 5 games. I think that's pretty difficult here, but all these games are going to be, in division as we close out the season. That's a big move on the Elks, 2.5 to 3.5. And my whole cap last week about the Stampeders was based around Dedrick Mills playing. I could not believe after what Dickinson said that he didn't play Dedrick Mills. I'm trying to get the information on whether Dedrick Mills will play. I'm digging deep to figure this out, and I can't get any information. I can't find anything. And I imagine he's got to play, right? He sat last game. He's got to play. This 3.5, I think, is too many points, honestly. And, the Calgary's getting destroyed in the press. Jake Maier's getting absolutely vilified. Dickinson seems to somehow not take the heat that he should be taking. But Jake Maier went 22 of 34 for 297 yards, touchdown, and 4 interceptions. 4 interceptions. Reggie Beggleton caught 7 passes for 118 yards. But I kept saying, this is so easy to defend if you have no running game. And I don't care that Peyton Logan, returned a punt to the house. He's not a very good running back. And Dedrick Mills is a really good running back. Ohio State product. He's really good. Their defense allowed McLeod Bethel Thompson to go 25 for 36 for 486 yards and 3 touchdowns. I mean, it's horrific. It's horrific. Now, it was such a tremendous performance that despite Trey Ford returning to health, MBT is going to start. Tevin Jones caught 5 passes for 208 yards. Curly Giddens caught 7 for 115. So at this point, if Dedrick Mills plays, which I expect him to play, I think he's going to be able to, and the Calgary Stampeders can stay within a field goal. And could this even move to 4? This totals at 51. I can understand anyone trying to go over it with how horrible the Stamps defense looked, but do we think the Stamps defense is going to look this bad again? Rod Zwacky says Stampeders 17-7-1 against spread in their last 25 games following a loss. Are you moving on them, Rod? Rod says Stampeders are 5-0 in their last 5 meetings in Edmonton. So, I think this is just too far. I think it's just gone too far here. So, look, we've got to. I've got to decide if I've got to find out first if Dedrick plays. Rod Zwacky's on the Stamps at plus 3.5. I like it too. And I expect to move on it. But Rod, do you know if Dedrick's going to play? I mean, it's such a key part of this game. So if I get the plus 3.5, and I know that Dedrick's in, can I trust this defense enough? These are questions I got to figure out. So I do like the plus 3.5, and I tripled up on the Bombers. The Argos, if there is dissension in this Red Blacks locker room, which it looks like there is with this Rocky drop, I'm going to move on the Argos. I'm going to move on the Argos money line. I'm not going to take that team total over 2. I'm just going to take the Argos money line, but they go hand in hand. And then I've got to decide what to do with Lions Alouettes. And if it goes back to 3, I'll be on the Alouettes. And if I have to pay minus 120 for the 3, I'll do that. All right, that is our CFL breakdown here for Friday, September 6th. A Red Girl saying Logan Booner getting the start, says Rod Zwacky. Oh, my God. That is crazy. Okay, well, I can't. I got to see Booner. I think it's a mistake, honestly. Wow, that'll get me off the stand. I'll just have to watch it. I'm not going to sit here and believe in it. If we go back to his college days, Utah State, or I forget exactly where it was, but I have to go back it. All right, that is Canadian football. Let's move on to NFL football. 7-3 on the young season, taking the loss on the under yesterday. Cash those 2 live bets. Let's talk about this huge football game. Green Bay Packers at Philadelphia Eagles, Corinthians Arena in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is going to be a lot of fun. Love to hear how you guys are attacking this. Tori Coker says the NFL, the Eagles should be up at least 3 by half on them for 300. Let's get the line history up here for this one. Here we go. I want the Eagles. I haven't moved on them. My co-host in Bankroll Blitz has moved on them heavily. -2, -2.5, and the money line. This opened up at -1.5. I mean, we're going back to May. Moved to 2.5 at Pinnacle. Moved to 2.5, and it was a pretty juiced 2.5 back on August 26th. And it stayed there. It stayed at 2.5. While other books have all moved it to 2, Pinnacle has kept it here at 2.5. I think that's pretty telling. Bovada is at 2.5. Most other books are at 2. Let's get into the total here for this spot. We do have the breakdown on our YouTube page, our homepage, Pub Sports Radio. We have a 49 here for the total. Juice to the over. 49.5 at some books. It's a 49 here. This did drop to 48. So this was at 48 from the 22nd of July, and it stayed at 48 until August 26th. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for this one. Here we go. Get to the action. Oh, sorry. Let's get to the cash flow. I thought I had it up, but I cut everything, so my computer will move a little bit smoother. Here we go. 34% of the tickets, 65% of cash on the Philadelphia Eagles. On the total, we have 23% of tickets and 42% of cash on the under. I expect to move on this as soon as the show ends, and probably should have moved on it already. Let's discuss the X's and O's here in this spot. The first thing, and we should double check it, as weather changes. This is the one cold day of the month in Sao Paulo, which is going to make things a lot easier. They are playing at elevation. They are playing, what is that? This 2,500 feet of elevation. So having the weather not be too hot is huge. It's huge. This is going to be around 62, 63 at game time. The high today in Sao Paulo is 73. Tomorrow it's 91. There's not a day all for the next week where the high isn't 90 plus. But today these guys get a reprieve. It is absolutely, absolutely huge here. So that's huge. Let's break this down, my friend. Here. Oh, the live stream. That's wrong. Worksheet. Let's get this up here. Okay, here we go. So the Packers' final 8 games of the year and that huge wild card victory over the Cowboys, this is in everybody's minds. Everybody's thinking about it. There's a huge belief in the market that the Packers are going to have a great season next year. If you can look at what they did in the first 10 games of the year, they were a team that wasn't going to make the playoffs. Then over the final 8 games of the year, Jordan Love was the best quarterback in the NFL. So he gets a $220 million contract. So he comes in here with all of this pressure now that we didn't see him have. I mean, there were no enormous expectations when they went down to Dallas in the wild card game. They were under the radar, even though he'd been so good for that, last 8 games of the year. We've talked about how they got a very talented receiving core, and they do. There was a lot of drops last year. They have 6 draft picks from 2022 and 2023 on their roster. They have 2 tight ends coming off very, very strong rookie seasons. Kraft dealing with the pectoral injury. And A.J. Dillon's on the IR, so Josh Jacobs will be there, but he doesn't have anybody backing him up. Kong's Clips parlaying Philly and Tennessee here. So I just, Ben Hafley comes in as a new defensive coordinator. I wonder if I know that Bakhtiari was never there, but now he's not even on the team. And John Runyon was part of a really strong offensive line. Now that line should be fine. Rasheed Walker, Eldon Jenkins, Josh Myers, Sean Ryan, Zach Tom, they should be fine. Billy Freak said A.J. Dillon done for the season. This, Jair Alexander should be better this year. They signed Xavier McKinney. They're going to be hard to throw on, but the Eagles now have Saquon Barkley. They can beat you in different ways. And Vic Fangio comes in to help this defense that really fell apart in 2023, fell apart in the secondary and fell apart badly with the pass rush. I mean, this is 70 sacks in 2022 down to 43 in 2023. So they have injuries. Bradbury's injured here right now. And Arnillo says Saquon not going to do shit. I mean, look, the Eagles defense is going to be better with Fangio. How much better is the question? But it's going to be a lot better. And that's an easy thing to say. And I think it's an easy thing to say at the end of the year, the Packers were flying high and the Eagles were trash. And this is a pretty great number for game 1 of the season. And look, we know the mass exodus of the Eagles brain trust, when they were a top team in the league. And, you can have issues with, coaching. You can have issues with their offense now that Steichen's gone. You can have issues throughout. But I think that the Eagles win this football game, and that the vividness and recency bias of the Packers being excellent and better than the Eagles won't play here. And I haven't moved on yet. So I'm going to move on it as soon as the show is over. I'm going to be on the Eagles here for tonight's action. Ray Charles on Musgrave over 26.5 yards. Slow Jams Arsenal on Barkley over 66.5 yards. Action from our cappers in the chat here. Looking at some baseball action from our guys as well. We know that Kong's Clips is parlaying Philly and the Titans. Ryan Kozlowski talking about that Rams game going to 4.5. Maiden Philly says Barkley over 2.5 receptions. That's an interesting look. Robert Franklin on Jacob over 18.5 receiving yards. Ricky Bobby on the Packers team total over 23.5. Ray Charles on Hurts anytime touchdown. DJ 100 grand in the house on Eagles and the over. Ray Charles also on that Musgrave over 26.5 yards. And that is the situation. Here we go. Yes, Most. But remember, I also said that number for points has been going up for the Leafs. So we wait, especially at 365, where Canadians are all over that book and always have been. So yes, absolutely, Toronto Maple Leafs team total, season point total under, absolutely. But we wait. We wait. I expect it to continue to go up. Ron Crawford on the Eagles money line, chosen one on Saquon first half anytime touchdown. So let's roll. That is the Gridiron, but not college football Gridiron. We have NCAA football coming up with Wine Time Sports in a little bit. So let's roll. Let's move on to Major League Baseball and bring on my co-host in MLB, the star of Major League Baseball programming here on Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome to the show from San Antonio, Texas, our friend Jose Bouquett to the program. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Excuse me. Admittedly, I'm a little tired, but man, last night was a sweat for that under. It was very interesting, especially accidentally making another big bet on the under. Again, was also very nerve-wracking. But we came through. We got there at the end, so that was a nice night at the end. Baseball sucked. I sucked ass on the diamond, but at least that happened for me.
Yes, it was a very, very successful night of live betting for us all, which is very helpful to keep those accounts locked and loaded as we go through all these live streams this year. Tori Coker's only bet Yankees money line says, love this bet. And Wager Texas Packers plus 2.5. Since Sharps in chat on Eagles, I'll split the difference. Daryl Lyles in the house. Great to see you. He's got Jacobs anytime touchdown. Jose, my friend, let's get to work on this MLB card. I want Gossman. Shout out to Made in Philly, now a member of Weeby Pub. And don't forget, for our gold members, and Made in Philly can upgrade to a gold record member. For our gold members, $50 horse race today. Or are we camels or greyhounds?
Who knows? Who knows? We'll shake up the bottle and find out what happens.
Let's see. Let's get to work here. 2:20 p.m. Eastern. New York Yankees 80-60, 43-29 on the road. Chicago Cubs 72-68, 37-31 at home. We're at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. I have a friend at the game today.
Well, admittedly, I think this is my favorite bet of the day.
Going to Wrigley Field for the first time. Let's take a look at the weather that we are dealing with here at Wrigley. A little afternoon action to get us rolling, and it's heavy wind coming in. 67 Fahrenheit, 17.6 miles per hour in Jose. Gets up to 19.7 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the line history here. A lot of love right now for these Yankees. Let's move over to MLB and see what we are dealing with, my friend, to see what we are dealing with. Philly -2, and sorry, I thought it was the Titans. Oh, my bad. Thank you. So it's the Volunteers. Okay, thank you. That was
Oh, by the way,
yes.
Shout out to Kongs and shout out to Cabby. because I looked at Tennessee today, or I guess it was last night, -10 now. I got -7.5 earlier the week. If you watched earlier in the program, they both got -7.5, -10 now.
Wow. Great work. A lot of markets being beating a lot of market moves here in college football. I love to hear it.
Another thing, by the way,
Yes.
UTSA went from I think it went from open at +3, now -1. I took +1, and I took them at the money line already. Whew.
Ooh, that's gotta feel good, man. That has gotta feel good to have that. And that's a home game that you're going to on?
No, it's on, that is on the road. Yeah.
Oh,
So
you're
I
heading out?
expect. Yeah, I
Are
expect.
you going with a
beer
big
being-
group? Are you going with Helga?
Well, I'm just Helga and I, and then I'm probably just gonna meet people there. So I expect beer thrown on me. Yeah.
I like the sounds of it all. Let's talk market moves here at Wrigley. We have the lefty Jordan Wicks performing last start. He did go 5 innings. This is not a bullpen day. This opened up with the Cubbies at +127, and they moved down all the way to +115, a 12-cent move. Also on this spot, Jose, we have a friend, and look at Made in Philly gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Thank you, Made in Philly. Tariq B getting the gift.
Shout out to you, Made.
I love it. So we have our friend Jose going for 8 straight plays of the day. 8 straight plays of the day. And that man is none other. Taint.
Of course.
Going for 8 straight. Now, he messaged you with the Taint play of the day. Can you regale us with it?
Yeah. He also sent me his other plays if you're interested in those. I can quickly talk on those. But shout out to Matty Ice, is always working right now, so he can't be typing on his computer and stuff. But shout out to you, Matty Ice. Luis Heel over 1.5 earned runs. I know I don't normally bet 5 units on a player prop, but this one stuck out to me. There's no way he should be 1.5. He has been struggling lately, and now he's going up against the hottest team against right-handed pitchers. Give me Luis Heel over 1.5 ERAs. Taint. Shout out to you, Matty Ice. So Luis Heel struggled before going in the IL. Back. Don't love that. The only thing that makes me a little worried for Matty Ice's sake is obviously the wind howling in, but I do not believe that wind should affect it too much. I should say it should not affect your cap too much. It's overblown. Obviously, this is one of the field that really matters, but I do think the Cubs get it done today. This is, like I said, my favorite bet today. Give me the Chicago Cubs. Full game money line here. I considered doubling up. First 5 lines weren't really moving as much. But yeah, I love the Cubs here today. It's, again, more of a fade of Luis Heel. First start back off the IL. Cubs, Troy said 2 weeks ago, they were going to heat up. They did. They are now hot. So Cubs here for me. And sorry, Tori Coper, for fading you, I guess.
Well, I am very interested in joining you here on this one. Let's take a look at this total. Total sitting at 8. We know wind pushes these totals heavy in Wrigley, and this opened up at 7. Jose, the full run up to 8. I know you prefer it in the other direction when you want to fade these full run line moves, but we are all the way up to 8, which will change the over 1.5 earned runs juice that our guy Matty Ice is on. Fernando Mendoza took the over 7. I think that's a nice spot to be at. There's our guy Coin in the house. So let's take a look at the cash flow then for this one, Jose, my friend. We have 18% of the tickets and 82% of the cash on the Chicago Cubs. 18% of tickets, 82% cash. Clear, sharp money there. And on the total, 95 and 95 on the over. We have Luis Heel. That last start, we haven't seen him for a while, was not very good. He was not pitching very well. But he's had a good season, 12-6, 3.39 ERA, 1.20 whip. What has his rehab what has taken place for his rehab?
Yeah, let's talk about it here. I need to go back when I looked at Jordan Wicks real quick to see how he was doing. But Luis Heel, I'd be surprised if he had a lot of rehabs. He only had one on September 1st, 3 2/3 innings pitch, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 Ks, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch.
Nutflush says, why is this total so low? I mean, it's because of 18-mile-per-hour winds coming in is why it's so low.
And if any team's going to be affected by these hollow winds, it's probably going to be the team that hits the most home runs in baseball, New York Yankees. So
let's talk about Jordan Wicks before we put a bow on this and move on to the next spot on the board. Jordan Wicks, 2-2, 3.82 ERA, 1.36 WHIP. His last start was very nice. Now it was at the Nationals. But the Yankees aren't hitting lefties since August 15th, 229, 716 OPS. Cubs versus righties, 281, 864 OPS. They're raking. Yankees bullpen, 4.70 ERA. Cubs bullpen, 4.76 ERA. Jose Bouquett, what are your thoughts on Jordan Wicks before we move on to the next spot?
Yeah, so it's kind of a belief in the Cubs bullpen a little bit more than just Jordan Wicks. I'm going to refresh my bullpen rankings here real quick. I'm going from the 15th to today, obviously, here. Cubs have dropped. Now they're a 4.76 and 64 innings pitched, 23rd, so it's a little worrisome there. They were higher once upon a time. But let's talk Jordan Wicks specifically. I just had him up here as well. I'm like I said, I'm more fading Luis Heel than I am fading, or backing Jordan Wicks here. He's gone 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run. His last appearance against the Nationals, no strikeouts, no walks. His last appearance before then was on January, February, March, April, May, June. And he's had minor league starts. He's been, dynamite, I guess you'd say, in 3 consecutive appearances now. So he had that really good start in the majors. Went back-to-back, 4 2/3, 4 innings shutout against AAA teams in Detroit. Well, I should say the same AAA team. And you guys know that back-to-back shutout appearances against the same team, I think, is pretty impressive. The Cubs thought so also. So he probably goes 4 or 5 innings here and then turns it over to the bullpen. And the bullpen is fresh. I'll mention that. Obviously, they had that no-hitter the other day. Shout out to Shota and the boys, but a day off yesterday, so they should be ready to go.
I hear you. I'd like to join you on these Cubbies. What was the line that you got?
Plus 115.
I like it. I'm going to join you. I'm not going to bet it right this second because I'm interested in adding this next game as well. Let's move on. 6:10 p.m. Eastern with the Colorado Rockies, 52-89, 20-52 on the road at the Milwaukee Brewers, 81-59, 41-27 at home at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Take a look at the weather in Milwaukee. It's cold. The roof will be closed. I mean, it's not that cold, but the roof will be closed. We have Ryan Feltner going up against Frankie Montas, and I still want to fade Frankie Montas. I still believe that he is susceptible. And, I like Ryan Feltner. Ryan Feltner's just have a bad season at home in the thin air. He's been okay on the road. Now, he's 1-7, but a 4.19 ERA, 249 opponent's batting average. It's not so bad in that last. It was a 7-5 win at home, but he didn't look good against Baltimore Orioles. The Brewers are tough as well. If the market allows me to, I would like to make a move on this one. This total opens up at 7.5. It dropped to 7 at 7:30 this morning. It's back at 7.5. Let's get into the money line for this spot here. On the money line, we have Montas and the Brewers at minus 230. Now, this line did not move towards them until about an hour ago, Jose, which is exactly what we saw with the Astros the last two games against the Reds. I stayed off. I mean, if I was better, I'd probably move on the Reds, but I didn't want to just do it market alone. So we've had a move now towards the Brewers, and that will probably continue up until first pitch. I probably shouldn't move on this right away. What I was looking at here is if I should move on a first 3 plus a half, which is, my highest ROI this year, which hasn't come available in the Gossman Star. Maybe it is now, but let's just see what it is. It's a low total and it's too juiced, minus 135. It's too bad. I would have to take the shot on the Rockies or a first 5 team total over in this one. Montas allowed 4 earned runs in his last start at the Reds. Now he's back home. I'm going to go over his recent starts here, take a closer look. Rockies versus Reds, 244, 748 OPS. Brewers, 226, 735. Of course, Brewers have the advantage in the bullpen. Take it away for us here, Jose Bouquett. We have Rockies, Brewers.
Yeah, I struggled on this game. I leaned Rockies with you, but the market moving back towards the Brewers kind of set me off. The Brewers bullpen being as good as it is. So I'd probably look Rockies first 5, if anything here, but I stayed off. And it's a classic 99% of the bets, 98% of the money on the over game. And I just kind of want to lean under there, but I stayed off here. It just seems like a scenario where Montas can pitch decent. The Brewers bullpen locks them down, and then they score like 2 runs. Brewers score like 4, and then they go under. So they score 5, but I stayed off.
Well, we have Sharpie in the chat, and he says it's Montas' time here. Montas' time. He said the one time Montas got hit by Colorado was in the worst ballpark besides Coors, Cincinnati. Says it's Montas' time. They rarely jump up a guy 2 strikeouts, let me tell you. Okay. Well, because I was more about me thinking that Montas might be a little bit vulnerable rather than truly trusting Ryan Feltner. Because I can't say I do.
Yeah,
okay.
No, it's the same thing with me and Luis Hill. I understand.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, I'll take that off. That's what I wanted to discuss it. I'll take that off. Great to have Sharpie in here. Great to have Sharpie in here. Let's move on, Jose. 6:40 p.m. Eastern. Sharpie says I think he gives up 2 runs today. Mike Wilkerson on the over in that one. We have Nats at Pirates here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I want to get this Cubs action in. So I'm going to bet it right now. Why don't you set us up here for Rocky's Brew Crew, my man?
Yeah, so this has been the line that's moved kind of the most this morning. So we'll talk about that first. Opened up at Bet Online, and again, shout out to our friends at Bet Online as always. Hoping and praying we can get another poker tournament up soon. That'll be a lot of fun. But this line opened up at -122, got up to -125, and then at 8 a.m. this morning, dropped down to -110. So if someone let us know if there's obviously any pitcher news there, but I had Luis Ortiz, DJ Hertz pitching, but it just drops like a rock, and it goes up to -114 at one point, but then comes right back down to -111. And 79% of the bets, 96% of the money is on the Pirates here. So that makes everything a lot more interesting. I was interested in the Nationals. DJ Hertz is not the pitcher on the Nationals that I love backing. I do enjoy backing my guy Jake Irvin yesterday, and he got a 3-0 lead, and they just let it run down his fucking legs, which was a tough one. But I went back and forth on this. So let's talk Hertz's last few starts. He hasn't started in the majors, or I should say has not had to start in September yet. His last start was on the 31st of August against the Cubs. We know who is hot. 4 2/3, 3 hits, 4 earned runs there. And we had a 5-inning shutout appearance against the Braves. By the way, Braves and Mets tied for that last place in the wild card standings. Come on, Mets. We would love that. Sorry, Justin. Hope you're doing well out there. And by the way, Luis Garcia, his stacks play of the day number 1 here. Shout out to you, Justin. Hope you come through here. Good luck. But I trust DJ Hertz relatively. He's honestly been pretty solid last 2 months. His worst start of the last 2 months was his last one, that 4 earned run performance against a hot Cubs team, which, I can kind of excuse there. Let's talk Luis Ortiz on the other side here. It's always fun looking up Luis Ortiz and seeing another Luis Ortiz. So you have to know it's Luis L. Ortiz. He's coming off back-to-back shutout performances, 12 innings straight, no earned runs, 6 innings, 1 earned run, 6 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs against Cleveland, 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs against Cincinnati, 6 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs against Texas, his last 3 starts. Again, admittedly, I want to bet the Nationals in this game. They hurt me yesterday. I kind of want to go back and get my money here. I just don't. It's kind of a show me start as people have kind of come on and come and realize. I sometimes I just challenge a pitcher to keep pitching well, and Luis Ortiz is kind of in the mold of pitcher. Like, okay, he's pitched pretty well in spurts here, 12 shutout innings here. I'd like to see him do it again. I just don't believe he could continue this shutout streak here. And Hertz has been pitching well. Pirates against lefties. We'll talk about that real quick. They are, and this is from the 15th of August to today, 28th, 48 weighted runs created plus. It seems like it's a pirate or a national spot here for me, Jimmy. What do you think?
Beavis, I want you to put all your negativity towards me. I don't want you hitting other people in the chat. So just hit me, hit Jose, hit the people who are on camera. But don't just. I'm not. We're trying to cap together as a group or community. So I think I'll make that a new thing here. I'll just bounce you if you're going to attack my colleagues in the chat. So focus it all on me, please, as we move forward. It's cool, Justin. I just focus it on me, the negativity and your whatever brings you this joy here. Okay, let's roll here. Back to this spot. Sorry about that, Jose, my man.
No, I'm getting minus 101 on the Nationals. I'm going to look at the bullpen real quick, and that's full game, obviously, and see how tired they are. But I'll probably end up moving on Nats here.
And we have Garcia over 1.5 bases is the stacks play of the day. Numero uno, our guy, Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
So we have a lot of line movement here towards the Nationals, plus 114 to plus 105. You have Luis Ortiz back-to-back shutout 6-inning starts against the Reds and the Guardians. He's been better on the road than he's been at home, but the issue here why the Nats are being backed is that the Pirates are hitting 202 with a 537 OPS versus lefties.
Yep. And Hertz has not 2-7 record, but he's been pitching better than that.
But we have Garcia, who's also excellent. Let's hear what Sharpie has to say about this. Pitt versus lefties for the last 3 years have been God's gift to K-props. I don't bet every left-handed pitcher like some do, but this is a spot for sure as they're striking out 35% of their last 200 plate appearances.
Washington against righties, by the way, 15th, 105 weighted runs created plus in their split here.
This total at 8.5. I mean, if this total goes from 8 to 8.5, wouldn't that imply here that Luis Ortiz would be the vulnerable one because this line's moving towards Hertz?
Yeah. I think so. That's why I'm on the Nationals. I think Luis. I don't believe he'll have this shutout streak again. I just don't think 12 innings straight of no earned runs for Luis Ortiz. I challenge you to do it again. There's really good pitchers that don't throw 18 straight, 14 straight shutout innings, and it's just about that time.
What did you get on the Nats?
I got minus 101, and I only took them full game. I considered first 5 as well, but line's moving full game. I'll take full game. And shout out to Justin McKelvey for the gifted membership. We appreciate you, my guy.
Shout out to our guy, Justin. Also, shout out to Tom Leach, 4-0 on his plays of the day. Okay, I'm interested in joining you. I'm going to sit with it a little longer, but I'm interested there. Jose, moving on to Nats, minus 101. All right, let's roll on. Next up, 7:05 p.m. Eastern, we have the Tampa Bay Rays at Baltimore Orioles. Rays, Orioles, Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. Let's take a look at the weather here in Baltimore. 77 Fahrenheit, 6.6 miles per hour to left field. Goes from 6 down to 4.9, all out to left field. We have Shane Boz going up against Dean Kramer. Let's go into the cash flow here. Boz yet to allow a home run on the road. Our guy Shane Boz here. Rays, Orioles. 86% of tickets, 88% of cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 84% of tickets and 94% of cash on the Orioles. 84 and 94 on the Orioles. Let's take a look at this again. So this move here, we're going to look at the total at 8.5. Again, 8.5 with an 11-cent move to the over. And on the money line, we have Kramer at minus 143. Opened up at minus 145. Went down to 138. This didn't open up till 5:40 in the morning. A lot of money on the Orioles here in this one. Boz, the Wizard of Boz, 2-2, 3.49 ERA, 1.29 WHIP, 41 strikeouts in 49 innings. Last start, 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 3 walks, and 11-4 win at home over the Padres. On the road, 1-1, 3.04 ERA, 257 opponent's batting average. As I said, he is not allowed a home run on the road, but the K to walk ratio, 18 and 12 and 26 and 2/3. And then Dean Kramer, I never really know what we're going to get. He was the pitcher of record in that 7-5 loss at the Rockies. That was the Feltner start. It was Feltner, Kramer. They both got touched up. Rays hitting just 223, 646 OPS versus righties. Orioles 231, 713. And both bullpens have been very good. Take it away for us, Jose Bouquett, Rays, Orioles.
Yeah, real quick. Our guy Wager Detective asked, "What does a membership that gets? What does a membership get?" Jesus, great question, Wager. Well, for example, someone asked earlier about the Cappers Contest show. If you are a member, you get to watch live and watch the replays of the Cappers Contest show. Vote on our, selections for that week. And if you become a gold member, obviously you get into the horse races every week as well. So some of the stuff there, Wager Detective, great question. Thank you as always for asking them. I wanted to take
discount on merch too.
Yep.
And discount on merch. And also there is a thing that we're opening up with a group chat with Pistol Pete Loshak that we have been in discussions about
that'll be a very interesting one. He just randomly gonna pop in Indonesian soccer, draw no bet, and then that'll be it. So shout out to Pete. But real quick, and then people are asking about NFL. We just went over NFL. Well, I can say when we just, but Jimmy went over the NFL off the top. So just scroll back a little bit and you'll see the NFL game, Eagles, Packers here tonight. By the way, officially on Eagles money line. I jumped on the totals after yesterday's total. I'm a little scared, but I'll take the Eagles money line there. Minus 130, a little juicy, but I wanted to take the Rays here, obviously, with Shane Boz. We all know that I like Shane Boz. I think he's a good pitcher. But the line moving against me, it's gone up, and there's obviously more money in bets on the Orioles. 84% of the bets and 94% of the money. And we've gone, it opened minus 130. It's at minus 140 now at Bet Online. I kind of expect it to keep going up. So I stayed off. But I think this could be a low-scoring game. I'll tell you that. I think, obviously the Rays offense is horrible. Dean Kramer could easily bounce back here against a bad Rays offense. And I think Shane Boz is a quality pitcher. But I'm just not going to move on this game. So I stayed off.
Oh, man, there's a very public spot here on Dean Kramer and the Orioles. I wonder what the price difference is. I mean, do you think that there's an advantage with Boz on the mound for the Rays over Kramer and the Orioles? Or do you think that Kramer at home, kind of...
I think Kramer probably has the slight advantage just because the Rays offense is so bad. I think if it's quality for quality, I think these pitchers are about honestly the same. But the tipping of the scale just goes to Kramer because the Rays against righties, let's again during our split. I don't know what to call that, but 28th are the Rays against righties, 86 weighted runs created plus, while the Orioles 105 weighted runs created plus. So not really like Orioles like, but still good and much better than the Rays.
Okay, yeah, and I was kind of thinking, are the Rays going to be, how? I mean, the Rays first 5 plus 120, full game plus 132. That's, with, I guess, the Orioles bullpen advantage. The Orioles bullpen starting to play well. 3.26 ERA since August 15th. So I guess that kind of negates that. I mean, I would like to see the price difference here because I think there is an advantage with Boz over Kramer, despite Kramer being at home. At 365, full games plus 125, and first 5s plus 120. Okay, I'll spend a little bit more time on it. But Rays first 5 does interest me here. Markel on the other side, first 5 Orioles, and he is doubling up on that one. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Shout out to Ryan Kozlowski, now a PSR Gold member. Perfect timing. It is race day, Ryan. Race day for Ryan Kozlowski. Thank you for being a PSR Gold member. Get that cash in our race. Camels, Greyhounds. Greyhounds? Should we go Greyhounds today?
Sure. Greyhounds.
Fenway
probably
Park
run the best.
Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Let's get to the weather here in this one. Pull this up here. Sorry, take a second. 66 Fahrenheit, 7.7 miles per hour in. Dies down to 6.2 miles per hour. Let's get to the line history and the cash flow for this spot. We have the Red Sox minus 272, Jose. Your Red Sox are big favorites. Open up minus 255, now 272, a 17-cent move towards the Boston Red Sox. Let's take a look at the total here in this one. From a total perspective, we are sitting with an 8.5 minus 111 to the under. Opened up at 9 and dropped to 8.5, but it is juiced to that 8.5, so a legit move to the under. Let's get to the cash flow then for this spot. 94% of the tickets, 94% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox. And on the total, we have 91% of tickets and 92% cash on the over. And we see this going to the under. Davis Martin, 0-3, 3.62 ERA, 1.39 whip. Coming off 5-3 loss at home versus the Mets. Went 5 innings, allowed 4 earned runs. Did not look very good in that. Going up against your slick Nick Pivetta, 5-10, 4.53 ERA, 1.13 whip. Last start, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk, and 2-1 loss at the Tigers. At home, 2-5, 4.99 ERA, 233 opponents batting average. He's not been very good at home. He's been such a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher this year. White Sox versus righties, 231, 608 OPS. Red Sox not hitting righties, 235, 709 OPS. And for the first time in capping for us, we see the White Sox with a better bullpen than the opponent for the first time ever. Jose. Hard to imagine. And we have stacks play of the day number 2. Vaughn over 1.5 bases. Both stacks are at plus 120. And shout out to our guy Justin.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
So Jose Bouquett, the Battle of the Sox. Take it away.
Yeah, so I mean, Jimmy, you've heard me say that the Mariners are a dead team walking, et cetera, et cetera. I think the Mariners are done. All of those feelings, the very same for the Red Sox. This team is fucking dead. D-E-A-D, dead. Done. Finished. They're back to being 500. And I said for months, this team was just a fucking 500 ball club. They're mediocre average, and they fucking tricked me. They got my hopes up, and they're a bunch of fucking losers. Gutless losers, as some would say. So they're done. And the only reason they're this big of favorites is because they're playing what could be the worst team in modern baseball history. So there's 0% chance I'm betting anything on the Red Sox here. It'd be White Sox or pass. B. Lee, who hurt you? The Boston Red Sox hurt me. That's who hurt me. That is who hurt me. So no action here. I've already counted my loss in my head for the Boston to make the playoffs. bet plus 240. They're fucking done. But I'm just now it's all series go. Let's go, Mets, and take out the Braves. But they're done. I just no chance I'm betting this Red Sox team here. They need to win 2 of these next 3 games to win the series against the White Sox season series. It's disgusting. So I'm off. No action.
What do you think Nick Pivetta is going to do on the mound tonight?
There's only 2 things with Nick Pivetta he does, Jimmy. He either goes out there and pitches his ass off, or he gets fucking crushed. There's no in between. There's no like, oh, maybe he goes 5 innings, 2 earned runs, something like that. No, he always gets crushed or pitches super well. It's disgusting. His last 4 starts have all been on the road, so maybe it'll be nice to get back home here. But there's nothing. There's not one pitcher on this starting rotation that I can trust anymore, and I'm all set on the Nick Pivetta experience here. Should he pitch well against the White Sox? Again, sure, because the White Sox are the worst team in modern baseball history. And I'm not going to bet the White Sox here because it's not my 3 guys on the mound. And whenever I don't bet whenever I bet the White Sox, when like Davis Martin or Chris Flexen are on the bump, 2 of those guys are pitching in the series allegedly, they get their ass kicked. So I'll stick to just betting Jonathan Cannon starts, an occasional Crochet start. He's going to shove against the Red Sox. I'll tell you that now. And then Drew Thorpe whenever he decides to figure his shit out.
Do you think this might be the patented first 3 plus a half spot?
I mean, the Red Sox offense has been horrible, but the issue is if it was a lefty, I don't believe Davis Martin is a lefty. I need to refresh my memory right now. No, he's a righty, so that's the thing. If he was a lefty, I'd feel much more confident about it. And I'm going to be very interested to see what their Crochet line is. Because if the Red Sox are like minus 150 with Crochet on the bump on the other side, bet the White Sox. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's gonna be like minus 120 Boston Red Sox that day, and that means you should bet the White Sox either way. So I'm off. I just don't believe in Davis Martin or anyone else on this rotation that isn't Jonathan Cannon and Crochet.
I'm interested in this first 3 plus a half here. BJ says I want Pivetta far away from Fenway before even thinking to bet on him. He's horrible at home. Pass. I'm interested in this first 3 plus a half for the White Sox. I think that's a nice number. Looking for 9 outs from Davis Martin. I mean, there's not that much of a difference now between the Red Sox bats versus righties and the White Sox bats versus righties. Okay. I'll sit with that a little longer here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 7:10 p.m. Eastern with the Cincinnati Reds 68-73, 32-34 on the road at the New York Mets 76-64, 38-33 at Homewood City Field in Queens, New York. Let's get to the weather here in Queens. We have 73 Fahrenheit, 6.3 miles per hour to left field, dies down to 5.7 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here in this one. We have the, I was wrong. Oh, here we go. We have this total at 7.5, minus 110 to the over, minus 102 to the under. There has been 2 cents of movement to this under at 7.5. It did get up to 8 a couple times. This line didn't open till 7:31 in the morning. So why don't we see what Bet Online did, as I'm sure they got this line out quite a bit earlier. They have a 7.5 at a pick'em. And though they opened this up at 7:31 as well. Okay. I guess we didn't know who the Reds pitcher was going to be. I watched Cruz's last start. He throws hard, man. This guy can get to triple digits. I can see why they're trying to see if they have a starter in them. Let's take a look at the money line here. You have the Mets at minus 170. Manaea has been so good this year, but we have a 2-cent move to the Cincinnati Reds off that impressive series against the Houston Astros. And let's get into the cash flow here. We have 98% of tickets, 98% of cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 88% of tickets and 98% of the cash on the New York Mets. 88-98. I wonder if that piques your interest in the Reds. Jose Fernando Cruz, 3.8, 4.99 ERA, 1.35 whip. It is a bullpen day. He's not stretched out. Last start he went 2 innings. I mean, I think they're trying to see if he can go further, but he's not.
Your guy Jakob Younis is the primary, according to RotoWire.
Oh no, I hate Younis.
That's your
Hate
guy.
Younis. And the Reds are not hitting lefties. 227, 643 OPS since August 15th. Manaea coming off another really strong start now is at the White Sox. The Mets are still hitting righties, 247, 765 OPS, and this Reds bullpen a little better after that fine performance in the last couple of games, but still 5.55 ERA compared to the Mets 2.91. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I'm off this game. I think my judgment is a little clouded when it comes to Mets games right now. I want them to win because, again, I have the Braves not to make the playoffs at plus 375. Would be nice. Be a boon to the record. But I just, do I want to back Jakob Younis? I don't. I really don't.
But don't you think that Younis would be perfect with Fernando Cruz, because Cruz throws so hard and Younis throws so slow and deceptive that it might mess with them?
I definitely think this is going to be an interesting game. I mean, Jimmy, the Mets are a notorious choking team. When any kind of spotlight gets put on the Mets, they fold. This is what they do. This is the history of the Mets. Unfortunately, at one time, and I believe 86, it came through for them because the Red Sox decided to be bigger choke artists for them. But I am not betting the Mets here at minus 170. There's just no shot here. I think the fair line is definitely closer to like 50, maybe 140 here. So again, if it's gun to head position, absolutely taking the Reds. No shot I'm taking the Mets here with pressure on them. They should win. And by the way, Jim, we don't talk about, home atmospheres, home crowds a lot, but the Mets are absolutely a home atmosphere. And this will matter more down the stretch. If they start to fold games they're not supposed to, it's going to get really tense in there. The crowd's going to react. And when they get tense, that energy translates right down to the players. So it's going to be something to watch. It's something I'm worried about. It's something I see as a Red Sox fan. That's, I think, partially why the Red Sox suck dick at home. But I'm not going to move on this game. But if I had to, it absolutely would be Reds. I just don't like backing Jakob Younis. By the way, his last appearances, and he went from Milwaukee to Cincinnati at some point this season, for those of you who didn't know. 3 2/3, 2 hits, 1 earned run against Milwaukee. Oakland, 4 perfect shutout innings. And that was a start for Younis there. 2/3 of an inning, 5 hits, 2 earned runs against Pittsburgh were his last 3 appearances. So he's pitched well.
Let's roll.
Morgan, that's unkind, Morgan. The last few years, Morgan, would dictate otherwise.
Let's roll on. I do have interest in the Reds, but I do think that Cruz to Younis is actually probably tricky. It's just that Manaea is pitching so well.
Cincinnati Reds against lefties. I'll tell you that real quick. Maybe that'll give you some confidence or get you back here. Cincinnati, 23rd, 77 weighted runs created plus in our split. Not good. All
right. I'll stay off of the spot. Let's move on to 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Although I'd be concerned if I was on the Mets. 98% of the cash on them.
Yeah, agreed.
Let's move on to Philadelphia Phillies at Miami Marlins. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida, and it is guest spot time here. We have our next guest. When I see him backstage, we'll ready to rock. And now is the time. Please welcome the star of Medicaid Mondays, the star of our college football programming on Saturdays as well. We have a nice looking game. The big one on Saturday. First, though, of course, we have the tailgate. That's how we get started with the tailgate. And then we roll into Texas, Michigan. It's going to be a lot of fun here on Pub Sports Radio on Saturday. Please welcome to the show from Dallas, Texas, co-host of Medicaid Mondays. Please welcome Daby Cab to the program. Cabby, how are you?
I'm gonna be honest, man. I woke up feeling violent today, Jimmy. I woke up feeling a little violent today. I'm ready to take it. We'll go out there and take it.
I like the sounds of that. You've picked a very interesting game here for us to break down. Philadelphia Phillies 84-56, 37-31 on the road at the Miami Marlins 52-88, 26-46 at home, Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. Zach Wheeler and Edward Cabrera. We have Wheeler 13-6. We have a shout out to Cozy. Cozy now just signed up for the Survivor pool. Thank you for being a part of it, man. I can't wait. Can't wait. Nice. What a start to the NFL season, too. How exciting was that game last night? Zach Wheeler, 7 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 7 Ks, no walks, and a 3-0 win at home versus the Braves. On the road, 4-3, 3.11 ERA, 2.08 opponents batting average. And we have Cabrera. In Cabrera's last start, he went 5 1/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 3 Ks, 2 walks, and a 4-3 win at the Giants. At home, 0-2, 4.17 ERA, 41 Ks and 41 innings, 215 opponents batting average. But he's been really good lately. And we know how much talent Cabrera has. We're just waiting for him to put it all together. Phillies versus righties, 257, 748 OPS. Marlins versus righties, 269, 743 OPS. This Phillies bullpen pitching very well right now, 2.74 ERA. Marlins bullpen, 4.74 ERA. Let's pull up the line history here for this one. We have the Marlins right now at plus 192. They opened up at plus 197, so a very slight move towards the Marlins. Let's take a look at the total. From a total scenario, we have it down to a 7. This opened up at 7.5. The first time it went down to 7 was at 10:13 this morning. It got back sort of up around 11, but it's back at 7, and it's a legit 7. So we moved to the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here, 89% of tickets, 88% of the cash on the Phillies. And on the total, we have 99% of tickets, 98% cash on the over. Wow. Take it away, Daby Cab. Best bet time.
You know, I'm not somebody who likes taking run lines either, right? If you paid attention to bets this year, I haven't been on any run lines. It's just not something I don't know. I just don't like doing it. Baseball's too much of a sport that I see one-run games too often to feel comfortable taking run lines. So one way I like to bet teams, if I like a heavy favorite, is I'm going to pick a player that I think is going to get a hit, right, in the game. It's that simple. In this game, I like Brandon Marsh to get a hit. He's got a hit in 8 of his last 10 games. His batting average is, on the upswing. And he's been good at the plate for the Phillies when they needed him, when other people, at the top of the lineup have struggled a bit, like Harper. Everything's ebbs and flows, though. And right now, he's hot. Like I said, 8 of the last 10 games, he's got a hit. So I took Brandon Marsh to get a hit and the Phillies to win. Behind Wheeler, they got their ace on the mound here. I know Cabrera's been thrown well. One thing I don't like is he walks too many people. He's got like 42 walks or something like that to his 80-something strikeouts. Just not a good ratio that you want to see. But I like the Phillies to win the game, and I like Brandon Marsh to get a hit. You put that together, you get plus 142. It seems like a good bet for me.
Marsh a hit and Philadelphia to win here. Wheeler coming off that beauty start at home versus the Braves. I mean, he's been much better or better at home than he's been on the road. On the road, 4-3, 3.11 ERA, 2.08 opponents batting average. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Phillies Marlins.
Yes, before I start this, I'll say Texas is going to beat the dog shit out of Michigan tomorrow. I guess that's tomorrow, right? Yeah, so go ahead and take your Texas bets, wave them in the air like you just don't care, because they're going to beat the dog shit out of them. All right. I mean, we talked about this game yesterday, and we talked about how the Marlins are kind of the bugaboo team for the Phillies. Phillies obviously win yesterday. I can't not take the Marlins again after saying that. I don't expect them to win every game against the Phillies, but at least one out of these next 2, I kind of do, yeah. So Miami Marlins, full game money line, plus 199 for me. Zach Wheeler starts against the Marlins. Not as good as you would expect. 6 2/3, 7 hits, 2 earned runs. Not bad. 4 innings, 6 hits, 6 earned runs. 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs. No, it's not that good. Not that good. You'd expect Zach Wheeler to shut down the worst team in the division, but I don't know. So I'll take the Marlins here. think it's just a good price for a team that plays the Phillies tough. So plus 199 for me.
I like it. I don't know if I can do it.
Well, fuck both of you.
I mean, I can't. I mean, but I expect Cabrera to pitch well again here. I wonder what the plus a half minus 125 first 3 plus a half. Huh.
I consider a first 5 plus a half here.
Yeah, I get it. First 3 plus a half. Let's see here. I wonder if wouldn't mind taking a look at the first 5 under. What are your expectations? I know that you're on the other side of this, Daby Cab, but what are your expectations of Cabrera?
I think that he's going to be pitching really well, and you guys are going to be like 1 out away from cashing your bets, and then Marsh is going to hit a fucking bomb, and you're going to say, "Damn it, I shouldn't fade my fucking friend."
We're not fading you. We're not fading you. This funny.
right.
This total opened up at 4, it dropped down to 3.5 for a bit, and it's back at 4. It's heavily juiced to the under. Huh. Very, very.
I'm gonna feel like an asshole doing this, but Miami first 5 plus a half plus 120 will also be on my card. Sorry, Cab.
Don't apologize to me, man. You already know
I'll apologize to my bankroll after. I'm like, God damn it, I need to listen to Cab. Son of a bitch.
Tell Helga that you're doing the same thing again if she wants to, make a giant unit. She wants to take it.
Yeah, she would have been proud. Cab, I don't know if you heard. I made $100 bet yesterday. You would have been proud as well.
Holy shit. I mean, did you
win? It pushed. It was great.
Why
it was
the fuck
the under.
Would I be proud of you then?
47. It was the under 47, and then I accidentally bet under 50, like 2.5 for the same amount again. So I had a lot of money on the game, and I was very sweaty. It was scary.
I'm interested in it. DC Capper on the Yankees here at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. We capped that game. It's going to be fun. Wager Texas says, "Can we get tennis talk?" Says I got a guy from South Philly. Let's talk. Wager Detective. We'll hit on the DMs here. Phillies Marlins. Jose on the Marlins at plus 199. First 5 plus a half at plus 120. Daby Cab on Marsh a hit and Philly to win. And I'm interested in getting involved in this one. I'm just not entirely sure how to do it. The first 3 plus a half minus 125. It's just too expensive. So I would have to take that first 5 plus a half. Jose, did you have any interest in the under in this game?
I did not, just because I'm not really. I was looking less at totals, basically. I mean, I can see why your appeals to you, though. 99%. I mean, all the money on the over, and it goes down a half run. Went down a half run. I bet online at least instead of 7. Now I bet online. So I completely understand why.
Well, let's just look at the batter versus pitcher here as well. Let's get over to this one. We're going to move on to Jays Braves next. I can't wait to talk about that game. We got Cappers in the chat moving on the Nerfy in that one, and they hadn't opened up the first 3s on that game. That's never happened. That hasn't happened all year. I don't understand why. I think I probably would have already been on it. We know that Wheeler's been bad in his past against the Marlins. It's not this Marlins lineup.
Nope.
But I hear you. And then Cabrera, let's see him. Bohm 1 for 8. Harper hitting 429 with 1.42. There's Real Muto. I know he's not the same player. Turner. A lot of guys with history against Cabrera.
They're all also places that, there's, and shout out to Adam Wainwright. He said this once upon a time about Cincinnati, that pitchers don't like pitching in certain places because of whatever, the mound, for example. Like Adam Wainwright fucking hated the mound in Cincinnati. He said it was so like high up and he hated it. Cab, were there any places that you hated pitching?
Yeah, sometimes I would always call it like an anthill, like the mound that you were just talking about. I didn't like the anthill mound either, but it's rare. I mean, most places are pretty comparable, but there are sometimes like outliers to that.
Yeah, so, who knows what it is, but it's not like any of these Marlins lineups are fucking fearsome and Wheeler's going out there and laying an egg. Well, again, just not pitching as well as we would think.
He's going to pitch fine. Marlins are going to lose.
Yeah, no, the Marlins now after all this of obviously Wheeler complete game shutout, perfect game.
Well, the last start he had versus Philly, I remember it so well because I cashed the first 3, and then I lost the first 5 because who hit a grand slam against him? Schwarber hit a 3-run homer. That's what it was. 3-run homer in the 4th inning. No, it was a grand slam. Sorry, 3 on, 2 out. So Schwarber hit the grand slam. That was when we faded Phillips. Remember Phillips? And I thought I was in business. I cashed it. I had first 3 money line, first 5 money line. Cabrera got touched. That's in my head. I wonder if it should be, but it's certainly in my head. I don't know if I get to this Marlins first 3 plus a half. Cabrera's pitching better. Let's move on.
Real quick, Cab, can I ask you a college football question?
Yeah.
First of all, I'll praise you real quick because you gave us Tennessee minus 7.5 earlier in the week. It is now minus 10.
I got minus 7, man.
Well, you got minus 7. It is now minus 10.
And I got minus 4 in the first half.
So God bless you there. But is there I would prefer if you stayed away from the big games. Is there, big game meaning Texas, Michigan. Is there a game or a bet that you're looking forward to or that you have your eye on?
Yeah, if Michigan scores first, I'll live bet Texas. I like Texas to win the football game. I do not like them at this big of a spread. So since we're going to be live for it, I'm just kind of hoping Michigan, maybe has the lead early or the lead at halftime and I can live bet Texas. But if that doesn't happen, I'll find another way to bet it. I'm going to look at the props. I haven't studied them yet, but I love college props.
It's I can't wait for this Saturday live stream. It's going to be so much fun.
Are you going to get on, Jose?
No, I will be. My pussy will be polluted in San Marcos, Texas.
Oh yeah, he's going to the game, man. I want to talk about this Blue Jays game bad. Let's move on to it. Mike Wilkerson says, "What's the call on the Yanks game?" We have moved on the Chicago Cubs there, Mike, but market moving in that direction. The taint play of the day is Luis Gil over 1.5 earned runs as well. Toronto Blue Jays 67-74, 33-39 on the road at the Atlanta Braves, 76-64, 38-29 at home at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get into the weather here for this one. And I was going to move on this. It's a good thing I didn't. I would be beating myself up right now as this market, even on first 5, has been moving towards Fried and away from Gossman. 79 Fahrenheit, 4.2 miles per hour left to right. Then it comes in. It's not a big deal here. Let's get into the line history for this spot. Here we go. Let's get into it. Go to full game total. I should have kept it on first 5 and looked at it there, but whatever. Let's see what we are dealing with. We have a 7.5. It's minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 8:32 p.m. last night. 1 minute it took to get to 7.5. But then it got back up to 8 at 9:43. At 10:21 p.m., it was a legit 8. At 10:54 p.m., this was juiced to the over. And then just a little after midnight, this was an 8.5. We've gone down a full run since then. The next time it went back to 7.5 was this morning before the show started, then back up to 8. Now sitting at 7.5. So move to the under. Take a look at the money line here. I want to look at first 5 money line as well. But the money line here, we have Fried minus 161. Opened up 169. So so it was just the first 5 moving. Let me take a look at that. That surprises me. God, that sucks. So I don't have the pinnacle line moves, but I did take a picture of it last night because I don't get the line move. So let me just look at what that picture said. Here, sorry, let me take a screenshot of
That's
this.
old school capping right there.
Yeah.
I can imagine. I imagine Pete, like in the old days, just taking like a digital camera and just for later.
Yeah, I mean, I've done this quite a bit when I can't get line moves here. So let's take a look at the Jays now. I've got what was the first 5. Wow, there's been a huge move to the Jays now. Huh. Wow. So plus a half is minus 115. So last night I took this around 151 in the morning, and it was plus 137, and it was minus 107. Then at about 8:30 this morning, it was minus 101. So there had been a move to Fried. That move has stopped. Now that plus a half is minus 115. Interesting. Dab Fan says, I think the sharp action on the Cubs is a mistake. Yankees will wake up. It's a classic, great lineup, and I hate saying it because I'm an O's fan. Let's get to then the cash flow here for this one. We have 99% of tickets, 99% of cash on the over. Wow. And then we have 16% of tickets, 42% cash on the Toronto Blue Jays. And then I need just to do this quickly here. And I'm sorry, you guys, I know I want to hear your action, how Daby's attacking this, but the first threes are not available in this game. Why? Why would they? I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. Okay. First threes are not available. Daby Cab, your best bet. Take it away.
Yeah. First thing I'm going to say is I think that like there's an illusion sometimes for some people that cap MLB that like having a bet on a side or a total is, you know, better than having a bet on a prop, whether it's a strikeout prop or a hitter prop. Today, you know, I'm keeping it simple here. I'm taking Guerrero over 1.5 bases. It's plus 120, right? And the reason I brought that whole thing up about the side or the total, my juice is better than your juice, right? Unless you're betting, you know, some serious underdogs, plus 120 is great value. And just 2 days ago, I cashed on Guerrero, or maybe it was 3 days ago. I cashed on him at plus 119, right? They continue to give his 1.5 bases around minus 110 to plus 110. For what reason? I don't understand. I don't know. He's cashed it 8 out of his last 10 games. I've been rocking with it. I'm going to keep rocking with it here. As far as the side goes, I think this is going to be a good matchup. I don't think there is going to be a ton of offense in this game. I trust both of these pitchers. You know, Fried's actually been a little worse if you look at just the last month. The last month, Fried's had a 3.99 ERA compared to a 2.2 ERA. It's just, you know, just a 30-day sample size here. But, you know, I always like to look at whether somebody's trending up, down, regressing, progressing, whichever way you want to say it. I think this is a low-scoring game. I got to bet Vlad Jr. over 1.5 bases at plus 120. You know, if you notice both my bets today so far, plus 142, plus 120. I think it's important to keep good value on your bets in baseball with how many we're making.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, the Jays aren't hitting lefties at all. 229, 676 OPS. The Braves aren't hitting righties either. 235, 696. The Braves are raking against lefties. Gausman has been quite a bit better. And, you know, the Twins were Gausman's daddy. So he finally broke through that. That was the first, you know, that was a big start for him to finally break through this team that's just destroyed him his whole career. And Fried coming off that Philly spot. I want to look at the first 5 total. I'm going to look at that. Jose, what's your plan?
Yeah, I want to bet that first 5 total. I mean, again, I there are certain bets and certain times I feel kind of square in taking them. But I've said that 3 times now, and 2 of those times I've cashed. I feel square taking a first 5 under here. That's a first 5 under 4 at plus money. It hasn't moved much at Bet Online. I don't know. I like an under here. It just makes a whole lot of sense. The Blue Jays are not good at getting lefties. Gausman's on a roll. The Braves have been one of the best under teams in baseball. And my big thing is that I'm scared taking a first 5 under because of how bad I've been in them. So all year, excuse me. Jesus. All right. I got that out. But yeah, I've been horrible at first 5 totals all year. And that's my big trepidation about this. So I'm leaning under. I want to take the first 5 under. I have it written down. I just haven't moved on it officially.
Huh. Yeah, I just want, you know, I'm sure the first 3 would, you know, you couldn't take a plus a half here, but I just don't understand why they weren't offering it here. We got Big Ragu in the house. Great to see you, Big Ragu. It's great sharing the screen with you.
Hell yeah.
Last night. First 3 plus a half is not going to happen. So maybe first 5 plus half, first 5 under. I want to be involved in Gausman here. I want to be involved with Gausman. The Braves are scuffling against righties. This is a great opportunity for him to pitch in an important baseball game with the Braves trying to get into the playoffs. Daby Cab on Vladdy Guerrero plus 120. Daby, your final spot is Diamondbacks Astros. So why don't you stick with us here through this next game? The next game, 8:05 p.m. Eastern, Angels, Texas Rangers. And Jose, you'll let us know if you move on that Jays Brave spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on it right now.
You are?
I'm
Okay.
getting even money.
Yeah. So Jose's on the first 5, under 4, plus 100.
Yeah, it's not my favorite bet, but we'll ride.
All right. Maiden Philly says, when are you going to have a show in AC? Well, we do have $3,000 in an account for our AC trip. We just have not put that together. I haven't been down to Atlantic City since before Ella was born.
You need to go there during college basketball.
Oh, that'd be dope. I love Atlantic City. I also like being there in the dead of winter when it's completely empty. You know, I don't need it to be packed in the summertime, but I'd love to do that. Maiden Philly. It's a great spot. But let's roll into Angels Rangers Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. This was the live under on the show with the live stream last night. Under 9.5, and they didn't score another run in that game. Angels Rangers Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. We have Sam Aldigeri, the Italian stallion, on the bump. You know, it was a strange start for him last out. I mean, I know he got crushed, but only 2 of those runs were earned in those 5 innings. Going up against Gerson Childish Garabito, 0-1, 2.55 ERA, 1.02 whip. He's a 29-year-old. You know, he's not like some young kid. Let me pull up all of his information here. This was what I thought was a real easy under here yesterday. These teams just aren't hitting. The Angels versus righties since August 15th, 194 with a 627 OPS. And the Rangers versus lefties, 198, 561 OPS. I mean, it's just horrific. Now, Garabito, we don't need to worry about it. It's a bullpen day. So do we have a primary listed, Jose?
I will tell you right now. I'm looking, and nope, it's both of them just listed. And obviously, RotoWire is you trust in them can be measured in feet, not yards.
And Nate says, "Who needs girls walking around outside in the casino in bikinis drunk?" Look, I get it, but it's very cheap in the wintertime. Very, very cheap in the wintertime. Tom Leach says leaning under, but not betting MLB today. These bullpens are pitching well. These sticks are dead quiet. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. I'm going to move back to the full game because, like we saw in that last game, this is a 9. It's a 9. These teams aren't hitting. It's just because the pitchers are such question marks. The over 9 is taking 2 cents. That's it, just 2 cents of movement. Let's get to the money line here for this one. We have the Rangers at minus 144, opened up minus 158. There's been a move towards the Angels. And then let's get into the cash flow here. From a cash flow perspective, 85% of tickets, 88% cash on the Texas Rangers, 85 and 88. And on the total, we have 79% tickets and 80% cash on the over. Jose Bouquett, Angels, Texas Rangers, take it away.
Yeah, no action here. I didn't. 2 pitchers I don't really have much of a sample size for. I know Gerson Garabito, obviously a bullpen arm, but I just didn't want to put my money on this game, and there's better games to bet, so I stayed off this one.
What do you think of this spot, Daby Cab, Aldigeri, Garabito, Angels, Rangers?
Jimmy, I watched these 2 teams all year, and I don't know who the fuck these guys are.
I mean, it's just I don't trust either offense here at the end of the day. Even the Rangers' offense was once upon a time so good, and Jimmy, you mentioned it. If only I was down on them this year, or if only I was super negative on them this year. He had a 4-inning relief appearances that was perfect, except for 1 walk against Minnesota, but that was on the 18th of August, so it's been a while. Yeah, it's just a no action game for me, and I don't trust Aldigeri either, or whatever.
Props are where I think the value in baseball is, right? So if I had a free bet on this game, I know what I'd bet. I'd take Nate Lowe over 1.5 total or 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs at plus 110. That's a great bet.
I mean, is anybody going to be at this baseball game? Yeah, are the fans still going?
It's Friday, so maybe.
Friday might help.
We like to drink here, so.
Yeah, and there's like a big whole like not playpen, but like, bars and shit right outside the stadium.
There's an adult playpen right there at the stadium.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, but I was like, that sounds a little lame. But yeah, it's pretty
That's what
cool.
it is.
Razor sharp picks. Gamblers first glance is the Cubs money line. We are rolling with that. We're on it with you, Razor. We love to see it. Fresh off celebrating his birthday yesterday. Shout out to Razor sharp picks. Gambler.
Yep.
All right. That is Angels, Texas Rangers. We move on to 8:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Arizona Diamondbacks 70. I think I'm going to move on the under 9 in that one. But I do have a bias from watching it and cashing live yesterday. So I may spend some time thinking about it, but I do want that under 9. Diamondbacks, Astros. This is a best bet number 3 for our guy. And Matty I says this is only a Rangers spot. Says Razor and Taint rolling together. Yes, for those of you who missed it, Taint play today is over 1.5 runs for Luis Heel. We have Brandon Fott and Framber Valdez here. Fott 9-7, 4.32 ERA, 1.19 WHIP. I like him a lot. Coming off another win over the Dodgers, he seems just to take him out. 5 2/3, 8 hits, 3 runs, 10 Ks, 2 walks. On the road, 4.41 ERA, 246 opponents batting average. Framber Valdez coming off, 7 innings of no hit ball in that 3-2 win at home versus the Royals. Of course, Hader had to mess it up, but he's pitching very, very, very well. And the Astros just took a couple tough losses against Cincinnati. 6-4, 3.56 ERA at home, 228 opponents batting average. They had the day off yesterday. Diamondbacks versus lefties, 276, 771 OPS. Astros still 266, 737 OPS. And the play of the day dog, the spreadsheet dog, is your Arizona Diamondbacks from our guy, Ron Crawford. Shout out to you, Ron, my man. So let's bang this out. The Astros bullpen still pitching very well. The Diamondbacks bullpen, which we thought was coming together, has scuffled a little of late. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have the Astros at minus 166. They opened up minus 155, 11 cents of movement towards the Houston Astros. And on the total, we have an 8, minus 113 to the under, 7.5 up to 8, down to 7.5, back to 8. So we have a half run move towards the over. Let's get into the cash flow for this one. 99% of tickets, 99% of the cash on the over. And on the money line, 60% of tickets and 99% of cash on the Houston Astros. Matty Ice is very similar to yesterday's Taint. Arizona first 5 plus a half versus a good lefty pitcher. The Taint is Luis Heel over 1.5 runs. I've got to take care of something for 1 minute. I will be right back. I'll let you guys handle Diamondbacks, Astros. I'll be right back while you guys are in. I just got to take care of something very, very quickly. I will be right back. So let's hear Daby Cab's best bet, Diamondbacks, Astros.
I got to say this, Jose. So everybody seems to hit me up. If I don't fucking post Yordan Alvarez or I don't tell you that I'm on Yordan Alvarez, don't message me telling me about him not getting a hit, because the fact that I'm not on it, shit, you should have bet the under and then you would have cashed, right? I can't tell you how many DMs I got yesterday when he didn't get hit. I'm like, what do I care? Like, I didn't bet him.
That's so hilarious that people are DMing you about their bets. I find that funny.
Me on Twitter on him, like, just with my handle. Like, I'm like, look, you ask me every day about who's going to get a hit and you can't hit the like button one fucking time. Like, I'm done answering your questions. But anyways, I think I made it obvious here. I'm going back to Alvarez today. Hadn't been on him. He hasn't cashed the last couple games. I did lose my last bet on him. But, Brandon Fat here, however you want to fought, however the fuck you want to say it. He has been all right against lefties. He's got a 253 batting average against him against lefties, which isn't that bad. But at the same time, with the league batting average where it is, it's not great. And if you look at his pitches, for a right-hander, you really don't want to be running the ball in to a lefty. And he's throwing his sweeper 28% of the time and his four-seam 33% of the time to lefties. That tells me that he's going to give Alvarez a pitch that's running down and in or a fastball, right? He's going to get them here. He's going to get the pitches that I want with Alvarez. So I'm on Alvarez over 1.5 total bases at -119.
Beautiful work there, Daby. I wanted to be square here again. Honestly, I wanted to be square here again and just take a first 5 under here. And I'll mention the markets here. So let's start with the money line real quick. 83% of the bets, 81% of the money on the Astros here. Pretty shocking how many bets there are on them and money, but the line has at least reflected the fear in it. It was opened up at -147 and has steadily climbed all the way -172 Houston Astros now. Now for the total, 99% of the bets and money on the over here. And we have an 8. It was 8 -110. It is now 8 juiced to the under here. Heritage showing a 7.5 here already. I mean, I'm kind of in the same wavelength. I want to take an under in this game. Brandon Pfaadt, a pitcher I trust, saturated. Brandon Pfaadt, a pitcher I trust. Framber Valdez, a pitcher that I think is just going to keep getting better as the season goes on. He's, again, a rare pitcher where instead of getting tired when the season gets on, he's just going to keep getting better and better and better because of all the playoff innings, et cetera, et cetera. So, I like an under here. I'm just trying to figure out first 5 or full game. I do like that full game has started moving to the under. The juice has. First 5 opened up -120 to the over. It is now even both sides -110. But yeah, I like the unders in this game, and I'm just going to decide how I'm going to bet it.
So did Bet Online not move it from 7.5 to 8?
No, it opened up at 8. And it is now 8 -122. I think it's going to move to that 7.5 soon. Heritage is the only book that I have so far, and maybe I need to refresh here, and I'm going to do that now, just in case. But yes, I still have. So I'm looking at the wrong game now. I still have 8 -122, and the only book so far 7.5 is Heritage.
Hey, you gonna watch this game, Jose?
I don't know. That's a great question because football might be on during it, but I will definitely try to. Yes.
I was gonna say, I just hope nobody's on base because I can visualize it. That sweeper, bro. It's gonna be a 2-0 count, and he's gonna accidentally just catch. He's gonna throw that sweeper because he's not really trying to give Jordan anything to hit. He's gonna catch just a little bit too much of the plate, bro, and it's gonna go a long ways to right field.
It's funny. Is Alvarez over 1.5 bases, over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs?
Bases.
And what was the juice?
-119.
-119. Wow. Okay. And Jose, did you move on unders?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll full game. It's gonna make me a little uncomfortable. Diamondbacks bullpen, for those wondering. Kevin Ginkel threw yesterday, and Joe Mantiply. That is it. Ginkel will not be available, but arms I trust will be. So, like Slade Ciccone is going to be in there. We all remember our guy Slade. He hasn't thrown since Monday. He threw a lot on Monday, but he hasn't thrown since then. And the Diamondbacks bullpen just looks a little better and a little deeper than it once was. Probably it helps that they have a little roster expansion as well. But full game under is going to be on my card, and that is at -122.
You got it. Full game under 8 at -122 for our guy Jose Bouquett. All right, I'm gonna stay off of that spot. Let's move on. 8:10 p.m. Eastern with the Minnesota Twins 76-64, 37-34 on the road at the Kansas City Royals 76-65, 42-30 at home. We're at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Let's get into the weather. 73 Fahrenheit, 10.1 miles per hour in. It dies down to 7.1 miles per hour in. Let's get into the Daby Cab. That is your last best bet.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here reading the chat, man. I don't know why we let this dumbass keep commenting. I don't care if he tried to say something quote unquote nice in his mind. I don't know why we let this idiot keep talking.
We all know who it is.
Well, I was gonna respond to BJ, but then he made that dumb comment. I was gonna say, BJ, I'm up like basically a little over 10 units on Alvarez this year, so I know there's other players, but there's also no reason to stop betting it now.
Just if you guys can just block him on your own because he has several different account. So just come back with another account. That's so just let it be. It's no thing. So just block them on your end. Just don't put the gasoline on the fire. Okay, let's go. We have Twinkies Royals.
You want me to stay?
yeah. Stay now. Deal with this like us. It's so funny.
How, you want me to stay on screen right now?
No, I'm joking. It's so funny how yesterday was like as fun of a show as possible, and then today. I mean, that's just the way life is. My man, thank you for rocking with us, Daby Cab.
Oh, yeah.
You are the man. You have a huge show tomorrow. 2 of them, and also what is in store for the tailgate tomorrow? Why don't you let everybody know?
Man, if you missed the first week, we keep it rolling. I like to bring on people and hear what they're betting, and I don't want to sound rude, but after they give out their bets, they got to go because we got to get to somebody else. It's kind of a rapid fire. I've got about 5 or 6 people lined up for sure tomorrow. I'm still looking for a few more. If anybody else in the chat, wants to test their, ability, let me know tonight so I can meet with you in StreamYard. And if everything's good, I want to bring more of you guys on. That's the point of it. I want to give, you guys an opportunity to have a voice on a show. I just got to make sure that your camera and your mic works before. That's all.
I love it. Yeah, it's part of the fun.
So I do have somebody from the chat that's going to come on that we've seen in there several times. I'm gonna keep it a secret though, because it's fun to see you guys for the first time on camera. You don't understand, like seeing Nunya the other day. That shit was awesome. I mean, it was so priceless. Cool. So having Kong on this weekend and having him, kill it on his first time on, it's priceless. I want to give all you guys, that ability too. So let me know if you want to come on the tailgate, and I got you.
I won't be there this week, but it might be a good thing because I got my ass handed to me in week 1. So it's a great time being on the show week 1, Daby. I appreciate it. I'll be there in week 3.
Yeah, let me say this too for anybody. Like I see Chip said he got wrecked week 1. Look, we all lose bets. Don't let it scare you. If you come on and give out bets and lose, showing your face shows that you're a real gambler. Hiding and running away from it, you don't got to run because we're not going to make fun of you. It don't matter. Just show up. If you lose, so what? Come back and win the next one. That's how it's got to go.
Exactly. UTSA +1 and money line. Book it.
There you go. Talk sports with JT. I'd love to get you up there, man. Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Jose. I love you guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Respect. There he is, Daby Cab. Big day tomorrow here at Pub Sports Radio. All right, Jose, my friend, we move on to this Twinkies Royals spot. Zebby Matthews was very good to the Blue Jays in his last start. 2 innings, 10 hits, 9 earned runs, 3 jacks, 5 Ks, no walks, 15-0 loss at home versus the Jays. Cole Raggins, the lefty, 10-9, 3.46 ERA, 1.17 WHIP, 197 Ks, and 161 in the third, 56 walks, and 14 homers. His last start, though, was not very good. 5 innings, 5 earned runs, and the 5-2 loss at the Astros. At home, he's got a 3.83 ERA. He's been better on the road this year. 232 opponents batting average, but the Twins are hitting lefties right now. 251, 745 OPS. Royals versus righties, 243. 243, 715 OPS. And no, we know that you're pretending, trying to sound like you're Max. We know that it's not Max. Like 3 years later, Max is gonna. Okay, so you can talk all the chicken tenders you want. We know it's not Max. Twins bullpen 4.67 ERA. Royals bullpen 5.62 ERA. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Here, let's get into full game. Here we go. Twinkies Royals. We have this total at 7.5, minus 114 to the under. This opened up at 8, dropped a half run to 7.5. Let's get into the money line here. Get to the money line for Twinkies Royals. This Royals at minus 136. They opened up at minus 142. Had a slight 6-cent move to the Twinkies, expecting Zebby Matthews to bounce back here. From a cash flow standpoint, we have a move to the Twins with 22% of tickets and just 10% of the cash on them. On the total, 99 and 98 on the over. Take it away, Jose. Twinkies. Oh, I didn't give the weather. The weather. Oh, yes, I did. Sorry, I'm not sure if I did. 73 Fahrenheit, 10.1 miles per hour in Jose Bouquett. Take it away. Twinkies Royals.
Yeah, this Royals team, and I never thought that Vinny Pasquantino would be as important as he is. But they are completely different, it seems, without him. Just a big bat in their lineup they're missing. They finally broke that big-ass losing streak thanks to Tommy Pham, who I was shocked to see that he was on the Royals. I did not see that acquisition. But I just think this is a team that's going up on the Twins, and it's not like the Twins are playing very good either. They've been trying to give up this wild card spot for a while, but I think the Royals are on the down turn is kind of what the point of this is. Zebby Matthews, I'll believe in a bounce back spot. I just saw a good comment from our guy Ron Crawford. He is a Royals fan, so he knows this team very well. He says, listen carefully. This team owns us. Minnesota, dog here for him. He likes them. And you just said, Jimmy, that line and market movement is the other piece that I like in this, and it makes it all correlate for me. 78% of the bets, 90% of the money on the Royals, and we went from minus 143 at Bet Online to minus 130. I mean, yeah, give me the Minnesota Twins here.
Yeah, I mean, I get it from a market standpoint, but I would only. I mean, I understand Ron Crawford, watching his Royals and knowing that the Twins, take care of business against them, but I can't do it. I can't bet it just solely based on market movement and an expectation that Zebby Matthews is going to deliver here. It's just it's too difficult. Oh, Zoe, we hit the NFL. We hit the NFL game earlier. And shout out to Preston Ekdahl saying, if you like Michigan versus Texas, make sure to bet the reduced line against USC on September 21st. That is now, he bet USC plus 8.5, and it's now plus 2.5 off the LSU win. Wow.
By the way, yeah, Preston's been messaging me about those, and he'll bet like a game a week in advance and like dominate the line movement. I forgot what Preston you got Alabama at against Wisconsin. I think he got him 9.5, and he bet that very early because he knew Alabama was going to roll and beat the shit out of Wisconsin. And I think that line's up to 13.5 now. And it's only going to keep going up probably. So big shout out to you, Preston. Oh, and shout out to Jedi for Life.
Jedi for Life. Doctors Without Borders. Jedi for Life. What a guy. What a life he's lived. So cool that he's rocking with us in the Cappers contest. You have till Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern to lock in to the Cappers contest. Okay. Zebby Matthews. Let's just touch on him here. I mean, are you... From a prospect standpoint, is that why you are believing in?
Yeah. I'll believe in the pedigree. I know, 8th round pick, 8 overall from Western Carolina doesn't typically scream pedigree. But before that start against the Blue Jays, 5 innings 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run against the Cardinals team. 5 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, only 2 of them earned against the Padres, and 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs against these very Royals. Now, that is the thing that scares me the most of this. Him seeing the Royals already once, and I say that mainly because the Royals are going to have film on the at-bats. They'll watch the film, they'll look at the sequences, et cetera, and then Zebby's going to have to counter all that. So that is going to be the main thing that I'm scared about here. But the line movement makes me feel better about all this. Jeremiah Conley and Chip Pyle are asking... Jermaine, thank you. Conley and Chip asking great questions here. Thank you, Jermaine, for asking it. How do you get into these contests? Beautiful question. Go to pubsportsradio.com right now. You'll see the lovely live stream going on top of it. You'll see the chat as well, but you'll scroll down. You'll see 2 tickets on there, $100 to enter for each contest, $100 for Cappers contest, $100 for Survivor. I'm worried, Jimmy. I thought that was a laugh. I was like, "What did I do? What have I said that was funny?"
No, it was a cough. I think
I got scared there.
Ella's sickness going to be coming my way here.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's how that works, Jimmy. Especially, it works that way for the teachers as well. So I get those diseases now as well. It's great.
We have a question from Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper, but we can also, it's just Chip, all you gotta do is go to pubsportsradio.com and we'll hook it all up for you. Yes, our action in NFL. Thank you, Nordy. She's still sick. She's home from school. But our action here in the Cappers contest, and I'm going to be tracking things a little more intensely. Number 1 pick was the Eagles -2 Tied with the Bengals minus 8.5. Both had 78%. Makes me nervous, the Bengals one. And the Buccaneers minus 3.5, 75%. That one makes me nervous too. Number 4, Vikings minus 1 at 68%. 5 was Panthers plus 4 at 65%. And the two that missed were the Raiders plus 3 and the Cardinals plus 6.5. So Eagles, Bengals, Bucks, Vikings, and Panthers. Okay, let's roll. What did you get? Sorry, what was your line on the Twins?
Plus 124.
Plus 124. And Ron Crawford says Michigan defense won't give up big plays. Texas wins with big plays. Inside the 20, Michigan defense will stand tight. Michigan plus 7.5 here.
I don't think Michigan scores more than 10 points in that game. That's why I think Texas covers. Their offense is going to suck, and it'll be like 21-7. Something like that.
Be a fun game. All right, let's move on to the next spot on the board. 8:15 p.m. Eastern. We have the Seattle Mariners 71-70, 30-42 on the road. At the St. Louis Cardinals 71-69, 36-32 at home. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here in St. Louis. 75 Fahrenheit, 10.1 miles per hour left to right. Ends up being 8.4 miles per hour in. Goes from 75 to 69. Let's go to this one here. We have let's go to the cash last. We have the Fetty versus Miller. We have the Cardinals at minus 102. They opened up at minus 109. I was a little surprised to see the Mariners go from plus 101 to minus 106. That did catch me by surprise. Like, we're supposed to expect Bryce Miller to pitch well on the road, something he's not done this year at all. But that's what the market is insinuating. We have this total at 7.5, minus 122 to the under. Open up at 7.5, drop down to 7, back to 7.5, 12 cents of movement on the under. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. We have Rance leaning towards the Cards. Ron Crawford says MLB top play going for 5 straight is the St. Louis Cardinals. I get it. Market does throw me for a loop. 99 and 98 on the over. 99% of the tickets, 98% cash on the over. And on the side, you have 62% of the tickets and 66% of the cash. I know somebody was asking earlier about the 99%, and how that's not believable. It's just because the ticket counts at 4,000 or 5,000. It works itself out. But yes, I do believe it at that point with the early tickets and early what they've counted thus far, being at 99% or close to thereabouts. But I can understand hearing that number and not believing it. We have 62% of tickets, 66% of cash on the St. Louis Cardinals. And back to Bryce Miller, and also we should get the weather up and at him again. 75, 10.1. Oh, left to right. We already did that. Bryce Miller, last start 4 2/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 3 walks, and 3-2 loss at the Angels. On the road, he's been terrible. 4.82 ERA, 240 opponents batting average. He's just been awful. He's allowed 20 home runs all year. 15 have come on the road. And Eric Fetty's last start, 4 earned runs and 6-3 loss at the Yankees. We don't need to go over his home numbers because, you'd only go over his home starts with the Cardinals. He was so good at home with the White Sox. Mariners versus righties, 232, 702 OPS. Cards versus righties, 272, 765 OPS. 3.58 ERA for the Mariners since August 15th. 3.62 for the bullpen. Mariners bullpen and the Cubs bullpen. So take it away here. Christopher Tatum says, continue fading the Mariners. And we have Pub Sports live stream play. If you're not here, you won't get these plays when he drops some Iowa team total over 16.5. Take it away for us, Jose. Mariners, Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to convince me to be on the on the Cardinals against the Mariners, I should say. So yeah, I think I'll roll with you, Ron. Cardinals here, full game money line. Again, this is one of those, I don't do it often. I don't like going against the market very often. Goes from minus 113 to minus 105 with more money and bets on the on the Mariners. It's definitely a little worrisome. But I'm going to continue fading the Mariners here. So Cardinals, full game money line, minus 105.
Cardinals at minus 105 for Jose. I wanted to be on that, and hearing Ron Crawford on it as well. I get it. By the way, Kong says I don't think Texas scores 17. Says so. Be careful. It's an under game. I can't wait to take another look at that one.
It sounds like it. I mean, shit. If I wasn't Kong, if I wasn't going to be in that cesspool dump that is San Marcos, Texas, trying to actively avoid, any venereal diseases from the occupancy there, I would be on the under in Texas, but I'm going to be a little busy.
Let's roll, my friend. Nordy, be well, my guy. Get that cash. Says he will be tuning in tomorrow with Cab and Sunday with the gang. Much love. Thank you, Nordy, my man. Be well. I'll be in touch, my friend. Let's move. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Tigers, 71-70, 36-36 on the road at the Oakland A's, 61-80, 35-37 at home. We're at Oakland Coliseum in Oakland, California. We won't be able to say that for too much longer. Let's see what the weather is. 69 Fahrenheit, 9.1 miles per hour out to right field, dies down to 6.4 miles per hour. Let's get to the line history here as well. Tigers, A's. We have this total at 7. 7 minus 103 to the under. This open minus 105 to the under. 2 cents of movement to the over 7 here with Scooball and Pence. Mitch Pence. Let's go into the money line here. We have Detroit at minus 153. Minus 153. Open up minus 173. A 20 or 18 cent the other way, 158 to 140 towards the A's. A big move towards the A's because Scooball just isn't quite as dominant on the road. And these A's are not really hitting lefties anymore, but they have done it at times during the year. Let's get into the cash flow then for this spot. We have 78% of tickets and 96% of cash on the Detroit Tigers. And then on the total, we have 85% tickets, 83% cash on the over. Very, very low total. Mitch Spence has been good at home this year. He's coming off a 6-4 extra inning loss at the Rangers. He pitched fine there. 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 6-4 extra inning loss. At home, 4-5, 3.99 ERA, 266 opponents batting average. Tigers versus righties, A's versus lefties is a wash. Tigers 231, 670 since August 15th. A's versus lefties 235, 671. Tigers have a big bullpen advantage, and we saw that last night when we lost our under, or yesterday afternoon, I should say, when we lost our under with the A's bullpen, and then Munoz handing up a bomb. So Scooball on the road. So overall, he's spectacular. Look, 16-4, 2.51 ERA, 0.93 whip. He's incredible. He's coming off a 2-1 win at home versus Red Sox. He was amazing. 8 innings, 1 earned run, a solo shot. On the road, he's not quite as dominant. 2.91 ERA, 228 opponents batting average. Joe Uribe said if there was a place for Scooball, the Scooball ball to perform well, it would be in Oakland. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Tigers, A's.
Yeah, I lean A's, but no action. I'm gonna try to stop fading the Cy Young Award winners. I've faded Sale at times. It's gone poorly for me. I've tried to fade Scooball at times as well. It's gone poorly. So I'm off. I don't know how well he pitches here, but you're right. The A's offense has been a little more down against lefties in our split. 94 weighted runs created plus. So just a little below average. And I'd rather have a team that's better at hitting lefties if I'm fading Scooball here. So I stay off this game.
Did you have interest in a first 5 under, first 3 under, 1.5, anything of that sort?
It was trusting Mitch Spence was the concern. So I mean, the Tigers must be feeling great about themselves. Happy flight to Oakland after not a walk off, but a grand slam in like the 9th inning, I believe. Matty Ice, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. So it was a huge happy flight for them. I might be a little concerned about that. Like they're so up, and now if they play the Oakland A's in an empty arena. So I get it, but no action here for me.
Okay. I guess the total's so low, so I'm not going to get, there'll be no chance at that first 3 plus a half, which I would have interest in at with a 7. You're just not going to get it. The A's are plus 140 first 3. And if you wanted a plus a half, it's minus 145. Low volatility. I do have some interest in that first 5 under 3.5. I mean, you could also make it a first 3 under 1.5. Get some plus money there. What is that first 3 under 1.5? Sorry, first 3 under. First 3 under 1.5 is just plus 125. Oh my God. That's it. Wow. Okay. That's just too expensive. Okay, let me just write these down for notes and put the question marks and the asterisks. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 9:40 p.m. Eastern, with the San Francisco Giants 69-72, 29-40 on the road at the Padres, 80-62, 39-33 at home. Petco Park in San Diego, California. It's a nice little live bet we had in the Cappers contest show on the under. It was an easy casher.
That's why you got to watch. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a baseball live bet or two in there.
It was fun. The Cappers contest show is really fun. Mason Black and Michael King going up against each other here. We know Michael King well, journeyman who's pitching very well. It's Mason Black that we need more information on. Mason Black, 24 years old, third round pick in the 2021 draft out of Lehigh University. He this year has spent the whole time at AAA, and the PCL, Pacific Coast League, of 4.59 ERA is really pretty good in the thin air there. 1.39 WHIP, 87 strikeouts over 84, and a third, 39 walks. Let's talk about him in the show. Over here we go. In the show, he is 0-2 with a 7.45 ERA. He's only thrown 19 in the third inning. He's allowed 5 jacks. His last start, though, was pretty good. 4-3 loss at home. 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 6 Ks. 6 Ks. That was against the Marlins. Michael King is just pitching well. Last start, 4 and a third, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, 4 walks, and a 4-1 loss at the Cardinals. At home, 3-5, 3.56 ERA, 2.23 opponent's batting average. Giants hitting just 219, 672 OPS since August 15th. Padres raking 268, 784 OPS, and both bullpens pitching very, very well. Take it away, Jose Bouquett. I haven't given the weather. 11.2 miles per hour out to right field. Much warmer, again, what we talked about yesterday in San Diego than usual. 74 Fahrenheit at first pitch. And then we have cash flow-wise here and line history. We'll start with the total. This total in Padres Giants 8 minus 106 either way. It opened up at 8 minus 112 to the under, and it went down to 7.5 this morning, but it's back up at 8. And now we have 6 cents of movement on the over at this point. And then on the money line, let's get over there here for Giants Padres. We have the Padres at minus 198. Very expensive, very expensive. They opened up at minus 197, so no movement there. And when we get to the cash flow here, 98% tickets, 99% cash on the over. Now we have that 6 cent move there. And on the money line, 91% tickets, 90% cash on the Padres. Take it away, Jose Bouquett. Anything interesting here?
No, unfortunately not. I thought it was pretty crazy that the Giants were this big of underdogs. Tell you that. But no action. Mason Black, not a pitcher I trust, and I don't know. We'll see if that walk-off last night has any lingering effects. But I didn't have any action here. And like I said, I don't trust Mason Black yet. He hasn't had a sample size that I can trust. And even in his 4 starts or 5 appearances, it's not like he has pitched well either. So no action.
It's very expensive. Very expensive. Gerald Jones moving on. Toronto plus a half for there it is at BetMGM. I guess that should be expected. And BetMGM would give you a better line than 365 generally. Still not available, though. That's so weird. So weird. Okay, let's move on to the final spot on the board. Jose, 10:10 p.m. Eastern. Have the Cleveland Guardians 80-60, 37-35 on the road at the LA Dodgers, 84-56, 45-24 at home. We're at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Let's get into the weather here. 83 Fahrenheit. It's hot on the West Coast right now. 7.2 miles per hour out to center field. Stays between 6.8 and 7.2 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here. We have Landon Knack and Matthew Boyd. We have the Dodgers at minus 142. They opened up minus 145. So really no movement. Really no movement here. Okay. And that total is at 9 minus 118 to the under. This opened up at 9 minus 115 to the under. It actually went to 8.5 for a little bit, but we're back at 9. Interesting. It's hot there. not exactly a pitcher's weather. It's 50-50 on the ticket count, but 96% of the cash is on the Dodgers. That's wild because this line is not moving towards them. And this is a pretty nice price for Dodger fans who probably aren't used to it. And on the total, we have 96% tickets, 97% cash on the over. Shout out to Crystal Craig, her play of the day. Mookie Betts a hit. Francisco Lindor a hit at even money. I'm going to copy and paste that. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Our final MLB game on the board before we get into college football. Guardians, Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, give me the Guardians here. Gave me the Guardians here. Matthew Boyd. He's been one of my guys all year. I wanted to back him going into the season. I thought he was going to be a Tiger. Gets DFA'd. The whole thing begins. Now, he's pitched really well. Boyd has 6 inning, 1 earned run, 6 inning, 1 earned run, 5 and a third, 3 earned runs, 5 and a third, 1 earned run. Just been solid every time he's been out there. Landon Knack, I don't have faith in really. It's obviously a very tough lineup here as well for Boyd. But yeah, give me the Guardians here. And I need to decide first 5 full game is always the issue with me here. You typically just I typically go full game here. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to go full game just based off the Guardians bullpen as well. I have a faith in an ability in them. They're obviously one of the better bullpens in baseball as well. So full game for me is plus 129.
Jose at plus 129 here. Let's take a look at the price difference on first 5. We got Ron Crawford thinking BYU plus 11.5. That's our next game, Ron. So I'm looking forward to talk about that with everybody. So it's plus 131 for the Guardians and plus 131 first 5. So they're saying that there's no real advantage. The only reason why I would want to do it first 5 is just to keep, cut the game down because it's the offense I'm worried about.
But I feel better about the bullpen arms than Matthew Boyd. Really? I mean, this is the best bullpen in baseball. So,
and they're not hitting lefties right now, though. 234, 690 OPS. When we want to talk about what they're doing to righties, what are the Dodgers? Because they're not hitting very well right now. Anyways, what can you give us the Dodgers versus righties weighted runs created last 14 days? Bookie Buster play of the day in from DC Capper. It is the Detroit Tigers as well. Let's roll Sancho. I'm not yet, but I plan to be here shortly.
Over
and
here.
Yes, limited benefits. We are talking Iowa Iowa today on the show. That's coming up next in our college football section with Wine Time Sports.
I pulled a full Daby Cab there, and I was muted the whole time telling you that information.
Okay.
Third, 131 weighted runs created plus
Against righties.
Against righties from the 15th or from the 18th to today. I cut it down. Even if it was the 15th, they're still third, 126 weighted runs created plus.
So what lefty arms do they have in the pen? We know that Class A is not
The Guardians.
Yeah.
Let us see here. Guardians, their bullpen fully rested, ready to go here. Honestly, even if the good numbers against righties, I'm still gonna have faith in the best bullpen in baseball, fully rested. Emmanuel Clase hasn't thrown since Monday. Hunter Gaddis hasn't thrown since Sunday. Scott Barlow hasn't thrown since Tuesday. Those guys will lead us to the promised land.
I like it.
Billy, that is unkind, Billy. That is unkind. Of all the things that have been said today, Billy, that was the most unkind.
There's King Al in the house. Nice to see you. I like that. I'd like to join you on this spot here. I do tend to want to cut the game down, and I'm not going to double up. So I will decide how to move on that one. That concludes our MLB action here. Let's review all action here on today's card. We have Justin McKelvey, Stacks play today, number 1. Garcia over 1.5 bases of the Nats. Vaughn over 1.5 bases of the White Sox. Those are both at plus 120. Billy Friedrichs, that's football. We'll get into that. Viper MB is on the Yankees money line, Washington money line, Philadelphia minus 1.5. And
Joe
Yurkovich
put that 50-50 for Ohtani is minus 300. That's crazy. Wow.
What a monster.
Best baseball player we'll ever see.
The scumbag play today is the Cubs at plus 120. Scumbag play of the day. Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper, Luis Ortiz over 16.5 outs. 16.5 outs. Then let's go through the action. Yes, King Al, he's back in business with us next week. Next week, back in business with us. Jose and I are both on the Chicago Cubs. Game pops off in less than an hour. Then I got off the Rockies. I had some interest in them, got off. Jose's on the Nats. I'm very interested in joining, expect to join. I like the Reds first, or the Rays first 5 here, but that's still going to be a work in progress. I'm interested in the White Sox first 3 plus a half as well. Then I'm going to stay off the Reds, but that was close. Daby Cab is on Marsh, a hit, and Philadelphia to win at plus 142. Jose's on the Marlins at plus 199, and first 5 plus a half at plus 120. I got to decide. I guess I'm off of it now. That I can't get over what the Phillies just did to Cabrera, and maybe that's going to, make me leave money on the table. But I was watching that game and it hurt. Cashed the first 3, and then they go up 3-0 immediately, and I can't get both cashers. Those were big paydays. Like plus 140 basically for first 3 and first 5. And I didn't take the plus a half. I wanted all the money, and then Jose's on the first 5 under, eat even money in Jays Braves. Shout out to Big Show Picks in the house, star of the Locker Room podcast. That's up right now. Our big MMA show up on our YouTube page. It's our main video. Cabs on Guerrero over 1.5 bases at plus 120. And I want to get in on the first 5 under and first 5 plus a half. And I expect to be on the under 9 in LA, Texas. I know I just cashed on it yesterday, but these teams just aren't hitting. I don't care who's on the mound. I care a bit. Alvarez over 1.5 bases for Daby Cab. Jose's on the under 8 in Arizona, Houston. Jose's on the Twins at plus 124. Jose's on the Cardinals at minus 105. I'm still got to figure out exactly what to do here in Tigers A's, and I probably stay off. It's so expensive.
Did you say I was on Cardinals first 5?
Sorry?
Did you say I was on Cardinals first 5?
No, your Cardinals full game at minus 105. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, just checking.
And then Jose's on the Guardians full game plus 129. I've got to decide whether I'm going to be a first 5 or full game on that one. And Juan Ruiz in the house, our 3-time champion. A 3-time champion. Great job. It couldn't go to a better guy, Juan. Love you, man. All right. That is our MLB programming. We move on to college football. Jose, any last words about this card before we bring on Wine Time Sports, who's 7-3 on this show?
No, I just thank you all as always. We appreciate everyone helping us out cap these baseball games. Good luck to Tori. Tori's on Yankees money line. Good luck, Tori. I wish you luck. But yeah, no, that's it, everyone. Good luck, and we'll be back here for the horse races and wine time. I hope you're on the right side of history when it comes to UTSA, Texas State.
There he is, Jose Bouquett. It is time to bring on our college football expert here, coming to us from Los Angeles, California. What a start to the season. 16-6 he's gone. He's gone 7-3 here on the show. Without further ado, please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports to the telecast. Wine Time, how are you?
Jimmy the Bag, my guy. Good to be back with you, man. I was just with you last night. Had a good time on that live stream. Ready to break this college football card down with you, man. Did a lot of research on this one. Got some plays that I'm very much interested in that I haven't posted or anything. So we'll break this down together.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Grandma Horse Racing. Love capping with you over at Racing with Razor. It is great to see you. Thank you for rocking with us. Thank you for the kind words. Grandma Horse Racing in the house. Markel says, are you on the Rays or no play? I'm really interested in the Rays first 5, Markel, but I need to sit with it a little more before I pull the trigger on it. And that's what I plan to do. It's going to be, front and center when the show's over, whether I bet it or not. It's the market won't allow me just to hammer it. Basically, that's the problem. Let's get into college football, my friend. We are talking about both these big Friday games, and then you've picked 3 Saturday games: Georgia Tech, Syracuse, Iowa State, Iowa, and Kansas, Illinois. So let's get here to business. Let me just move this over very quickly. And let's go. First up for us tonight at 7 p.m., we have BYU Cougars. The Cougars at the SMU Mustangs. We're at Gerald J. Ford Stadium in Dallas, Texas. Taking a look at what happened last week for both of these squads. This is the first game for BYU against another Power 4 opponent. They started their season, both teams started their seasons against minnows. The Southern Illinois Salukis went to BYU, losing 41 to 13. And it wasn't, a smash and grab. We saw that quite a lot with these big favorites yesterday. It was just 17-6 at halftime. That's all, just 17-6 over at Provo, but 63,000 strong were there for BYU's game. Then we have these SMU Cougars, and thank you, Grandma Horse Racing, gifting a Pop Sports Radio membership. Cameron Sinnott getting it. Very cool. Thank you so much. Very, very cool. For SMU, they beat up on the Houston Christian Huskies. It was 28-0 after the first quarter. It was just it was a dominant performance. Very, very easy. 42-7 at the half. Neither team has been tested thus far. Power 4 opponent for BYU. Let's take a look at line history. We'll use Bet Online. Again, we have our promo codes. Bet Online, please rock with them. The Bet Online promo codes, Money in the Bank, 100% bonus up to $1,000. Doesn't have to be Bitcoin, but that is for new accounts only. And also we have Bovada and Prize Picks and MyBookie. Cheshire Cat, your Chiefs by a foot. I would have loved to have seen, I'm happy because I had the live, took the live under 54.5, and then I would have only cashed it in that perfect world if they didn't get the 2-point conversion. And I had in my pool, I had the Ravens. As a fan, I would have liked to have seen, and I loved it when Harbaugh said go for 2, but foot was on the line. Line movement here at Bet Online for this BYU spot. Sitting at 11.5, Bovada hanging a 12. This opened up at 11.5. It got up to 12 initially. That was on September 1st. And then there was a big move towards BYU. BYU got down to plus 9.5. Now back up to plus 11.5. So we've had no movement there on that one. Let's get to the total in this spot here. Take a look at the cash flow and then hand it over to our guy at Wine Time Sports. On the total, we are sitting right now with a 55.5. There hasn't been a ton of movement on this. This opened up at 55. So we've moved up a half point. But there had been. It's come back a point and a half. This got up to 57 at 11:30 this morning. And at an hour and 7 minutes ago, there was a 1.5 move back to the under. So we're sitting here at 55.5. Let's get to the cash flow then for this one. Let me go to all markets. Here we go. We have 56% of tickets, 75% of the cash on BYU. We have 59% of tickets and 79% of the cash on the over. And this has come back a little bit to earth. Take it away, Wine. And there's Flash in the house. Great to see you, Flash. 2 months before the Breeders' Cup. Great to see you, my guy. Miss you, Flash, joining us from Costa Rica. Oh, man, I miss it very, very, very much. Take it away, Wine Time, BYU, SMU.
Yeah, Jim, you already mentioned neither of these teams really haven't been tested yet by the strength of their opponent. SMU played in week 0 against New Mexico. Had a big lean to SMU, and I believe I took a little something on that. Barely won the game. I think New Mexico is a lot better of a team than what we thought about entering the season, though. They go and play, an FCS school last week, blow them out of the water, as anticipated, honestly. You got the head coach, Rhett Lashley, one of the more underrated coaches in college football, honestly. I've got so much hype on this guy, honestly. I feel like he's going to be coaching out a big-time program here in the next couple of years. Does really good things in the portal, and then he kind of keeps his guys that he has in there. He's got an older team here, too. He's got a good quarterback in Preston Stone. This guy knows the offense, front and back, really comfortable in it. You look at BYU on the other side, they're starting that JC transfer quarterback out of Riverside Junior College, is the number one junior college quarterback coming out. Believe it. I think he actually transferred last year, but he was injured and didn't play. But he is the starter this year. Did really big things at the JUCO level. Kind of taking a step forward here, though, at BYU now, Power 4 program. They've got a lot of talent, though. They've got a lot of experience on that side of the ball as well. Originally looking at this, I've seen this everywhere. It's at 11.5 right now. I've seen it down to a 10.5 at 10. It got up to a 12.5. It's just been kind of everywhere here. Kind of glad I didn't get anything on this game. A couple days ago on Twitter, actually, I took a little money line parlay. Not going to give that out officially on the show or anything, just because we're not talking about a couple of those games. I do think SMU wins this game. I just think 11 points is a lot to ask for because I do think BYU can get a backdoor cover. I think the correct number on this game is about 10.5. And it's too sharp for me to touch here on a Friday night, honestly. The public is on BYU. And, over the years, I just feel like the public kind of takes advantage on Friday nights in college football. And I do think that BYU could probably get the cover here. I'm not going to take it, though, just because I am high on this offense of SMU, and they can drop a 40 or 50 piece on anyone, honestly. They have the ability to do that. They have the playmakers, honestly. They have the experience. Look at their wide receiver core, man. Graduate students, seniors. These guys have been here for a while. They know they like this program. They're playing for red out there. It's too tough a game for me to actually take a side on. Taking a look at the total, it's going up. I think it's at 56.5 right now. Do think it's going to be a higher scoring game considering SMU's power offense. And I think this quarterback can move the ball against an SMU defense that hasn't really seen too much. They faced a New Mexico team week 1, gave up 24 points. Last week they faced a nobody. They were lights out as expected, but I think this game's going to be, it's going to be a good one to watch. I got nothing on this game other than SMU money line in a parlay, but I'm going to skip this game.
Yeah, and I mentioned that an hour ago there was a 1.5 move to the under. This got up to 57.
Oh, wow.
Dropping back.
Is it at 55.5 right now?
Right now, as we speak. Yeah.
This market's just going everywhere today, honestly. In the last couple of days in this game, it's been everywhere on the total, on the spread. I'm just going to stay away from it, but this is going to be a good game. I definitely, people that are backing BYU, I definitely think you guys are going to get a backdoor cover in this one.
Billy Freeder says could only bet SMU first half -7. Christopher Tatum leading to SMU team total over 34.5. One more spot on Friday night, and we've already broken this game down fully. Duke Blue Devils at Northwestern Wildcats. We're at Lanny and Sharon Martin Stadium in Evanston, Illinois. The little 12,000 seat right on the lake. It's a pretty funny place, a beautiful place for football, but probably takes away a bit of the home field advantage for the Wildcats. Shout out to Paul Thompson in the house. Noli Knows in the house. Flash, great to see you guys. So we already broke this down. You gave us the under 38, and I just wanted to revisit it. I wanted to revisit it here for the cappers who may not have seen that breakdown and just get, when you sit with a bet for a few days, you can tell someone's confidence in it. You got 38. You said you still like this at 37. That's where it is. It's at 37. Yep. This got down lower than that. This got down to a 36. And that was the morning we shot. Remember, that was the morning we shot. It was down 36. It was creeping back up. And it got up. Yesterday at noon, there was 37.5 on the board. The over 37 was -118. Even yesterday, that was about it. Then today... that was again yesterday. Sorry. Then today we have a slight move to the under again, but sitting at 37, which is a key number. On the spread, let's move over here quickly. On the spread, we have Northwestern now just a 1.5 point favorite. This is tonight at 9 p.m. They opened up as 3-point favorites. This went down to -1 at a pick'em. And now we're back to 1.5. But we have a 1.5 move towards Duke. We have on the money line 20% of the tickets on Duke and 95% of the cash. On that plus 2.5, 53% of tickets, 64% of cash. And on this total, 43% of tickets and 60% of cash on the under. I'm just curious with all of that heavy action on Duke money line, what that has done. So let's take a look at that here. We have Duke at plus 107. They opened up at plus 130. So the markets have taken notice of these big bets on Duke money line. This got down to plus 101, sliding slightly back towards Northwestern. Take it away for us here. Friday night action. How you feel about your under 38 and sit with it for a minute. Manny Diaz, of course, got his first win as the Duke coach against Elon. Like we care that much. And then Northwestern coming off that 13-6 win over Miami of Ohio. Take it away, my man.
Yeah, Jim, looking at the weather all week, looking at it this morning made me feel a little more confident on this bet. Shout out to Flash, and they're saying, how bad is this weather? It's expected to be very, very windy down there lakeside. 13 to 20 mile per hour winds. Both these teams are a run first offense, honestly. Duke, they couldn't even move the ball in week one against I believe they played Elon. Played good defense out there. Manny Diaz, he's known for that. He's coming over from Penn State as the D coordinator, getting the head coaching job at Duke. Knows how to run a defense. That's one thing Manny Diaz can do. Not a big fan of him as a head coach standpoint, but he can run a defense. Look at Northwestern. I touched on it the other day too. Head coach turned this program around from 1-11 to 8-4, and they're losing their bowl game, making it 8-5, but really turned this program around. You mentioned too, it's only 12,000 people in attendance for this game, so you don't really have a home field advantage very much. I think both these teams are going to be run heavy. A lot of these teams are going to have to kick field goals, as I said. And due to this win, I don't think they're going to make some of them, honestly. And I think this goes way under the total. I see it at 37. I feel comfortable giving out to you guys at the chat. Take it at 37, honestly. Like I said, I think I said all the way down to a 34.5. It's not going to get that low, but I just don't see this game hitting 34.5, to be honest with you. I see both these teams running the ball, like I said. The weather, it's just – when you have this kind of weather in college football, man, if you're on the over trends, oh, man, over the last 10, 20 years, you've lost some big time money. I can tell you that. We beat the line on it. It did get a little buyback. It got down to 36. Really liked it. Got up to 37.5, I think, last night, around this morning. Back to a 37 right now from what I'm seeing. I like it, man. I think this goes under 37, so I'm still very much confident on this. The under 37.
You got it, and you got it at 38. Still good at 37. I have the asterisks by it. I should have bet it already. I haven't yet. And we were together cashing. I followed you with the LSU USC under, and we cashed that very, very easily. I'm interested in joining you here. We got the MMA Locker Room in the house, star of the Locker Room podcast. That's front and center on our YouTube page. Shout out to you, Millsy. Let's roll into Saturday action. We start at 12 p.m. Eastern. The number 23 ranked Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets 2-0, 1-0 in the ACC at the Syracuse Orange, playing their first ACC game of the year. Jose does have a future on the Syracuse Orange, and we, of course, watched Georgia Tech take out Florida State before they beat Georgia State handily at home 35-12. Syracuse opened up their season with a home win over the Ohio Bobcats 38-22, staying at home for this matchup. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. Let me just pull this up. Got the all market. So let's go. Line history we will start with. We have you know what? I have money line up. So why don't we just look at the money line? Syracuse at plus 132. They opened up at plus 130. So no movement on the money line. There had been a move towards them. That is no more. Take a look at the point spread here. We have, here we go. On the spread, we are sitting here at Pinnacle with Georgia Tech as 3-point favorites, -3 and -108. That's where it opened, -3. And it got up to 3.5 for a little bit. It came back to 3. And 2 days ago on Wednesday, it went down to 2.5. So we've seen movement on both sides. Now, if you want to go to Bet Online, they opened this up at 1.5. Pinnacle waited to open this up at 3. Bet Online got after this first. Why don't we just double check what Bet Online is doing here? They opened this up at -1.5 for Georgia Tech. That was on the 1st of September. In 11 minutes, this moved to 2.5 and was juiced to -120 of that. So a power move immediately to Georgia Tech. And then the 3 juiced to -120. They also, though, moved it back to 2.5 on Wednesday, but they're back at 3 right now. So a 1.5 move towards the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Let's take a look at the total here on this one. And we have a 61. This is very high. I mean, we saw 60 points scored with Syracuse, Ohio. This opened up at 59 and is now at 61. Now, this got up to 62.5 on Wednesday. So we've got a 1.5 of buyback. And we get to the cash flow, 18% of the tickets, 29% of the cash on Syracuse, and then 27% of the tickets and 47% of cash on the over. Flash says, what did Georgia Tech actually beat? as FSU are garbage. Take it away for us here at Wine Time, Georgia Tech, Syracuse.
Yeah, this is going to be a good game. I've been looking at this game the last couple of days. Still haven't taken anything in it, but I already know what I'm going to take as long as I can get the number. Look at both these teams, man. Syracuse, they really struggled against the run last week, against their first opponent. Really thinking that they're going to make some adjustments on that side of the ball. You look at who they brought in, Kyle McCord, man, senior from Ohio State, was behind CJ Stroud for a couple of years, went 11-1 as the starting quarterback for the Buckeyes last year. Ended up, transferring because that program really wasn't for him. They didn't really want him there. Goes to a program like Syracuse, man. Very much of a pro-style offense. I think this fits him perfectly. Honestly, he's a pro-style quarterback. He wants to sit in the pocket if he can get protection. That Syracuse offensive line, man, they've really improved up there. They got some big boys up there, honestly, for the ACC. I was really surprised on that. They did a really good job in protecting him in week one. Again, who they faced wasn't anything to write home about. But this guy, McCord, man, he can make every throw you ask him to on the field. He's not the flashiest quarterback out there. He's going to dip and dunk if you let him. He's not going to make the big time 20 to 30-yard throws every single time. If you give it to him, he will make those throws, but he's going to dip and dunk. He's going to go 7-8 yards. They're going to try to burn this clock up, I think. Georgia Tech, man, they had a really good week 0 performance against Florida State. Everyone was hype on Florida State going into this season. DJU, we were all on Georgia Tech on that side, but, I think Florida State was very much overrated. We saw that performance last week against Boston College and Bill O'Brien, his first year coaching at the helm over there at Boston College. These guys can run the ball, and, there's no secret. That's what they want to do. I think Syracuse knows that going into this game. I think they're going to put their corners and islands against, make Haynes King throw, honestly. Haynes King did lead the ACC in passing touchdowns last season, but he very much likes to run with it. And, they've got the running backs too. Haynes King, or Jamal Haynes over there too. One of the better running backs in the ACC, honestly. They're going to want to pound the rock. I think it's going to be a, back and forth type of game, honestly. I think there's going to be a lot of points in this. I'm not going to lie. I'm all over Syracuse in this, though, plus the 3 points, I think they're going to win this game outright. I'm going to throw something on the money line, but I'm going to give out the +3 -110 I see right now on Syracuse. I think McCord is going to keep them in this game. If they can protect him up front and give him time to throw, they're going to win this game outright, honestly. I think Syracuse is going to shock a lot of people this season in the ACC. These two programs, I feel like, are kind of shocking teams in the ACC going into this season. Didn't have very high expectations. You look at Georgia Tech being ranked, of course, because they beat Florida State. But, I think the Syracuse program is being very much slept on. They're going to be a sold-out crowd. It's a dome. It's about 40 to 50,000 people. But, you can't hear anything in that dome from what I'm seeing. And that home crowd's going to definitely be behind them in this one. Everyone in the Syracuse program is all hyped about this program. They like it because they're flying under the radar. You're looking at the bet percentage right now. The spread-wise, 18% of bets, 29% of money on Syracuse. This line's not really moving. It's gone 2.5. It's gone 3. It's at a 3 right now. I'm going to take the +3 before it goes back to a +2.5. They win this game outright, Syracuse, but +3 -110.
You are locked in, my friend. +3 -110. Dutch Boy Fresh says Georgia Tech run game will be too much for the Orange. Allowed 225 yards on the ground to Ohio. DC Capper says Syracuse is a very good team. Flash says the home dog is barking. Yep. Raymond Reichart going to be on Syracuse +3. DC Capper leaning in that direction. Robert Franklin on Syracuse +3 as well. There we go. That is game number 1 of Best Bet Saturdays for our guy, Wine Time. Kong's Clip says, hell yeah, Wine Time. I'm there. Give me Syracuse. All I needed was a little bit of confidence.
Let's go.
All right. Let's roll. Next up for us, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, the Iowa State Cyclones at the number 21 ranked Iowa Hawkeyes in Iowa City, Iowa.
It's a good
Everybody
one.
in Iowa is going to be at this football game. We saw Iowa State open up with a 21-3 win over the North Dakota Fighting Hawks. They were up 14-3 at the break. They just used very solid defense and played a pretty simple game and took care of business 21-3. That was their first game of the year. Iowa took on Illinois State, the Redbirds, and shut them out. But it was just 6-0 at the half.
Yep.
Of course, we're looking at 40-0 as the final score, but this was just 6-0 at the half. So not quite as dominant as one would think, but man, there's going to be 70,000 plus at Kinnick Stadium for this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one and the cash flow. We'll start with the total. We'll start with the total. This total is, as you would expect, very low. It's at 35 right now. This opened up at 37. It got down to 34.5 a couple times. It got down to 34.5 last night, back to 35. So we have a half-point move towards the over. From a point spread perspective, let's get over here. We have, here we go. Sorry, my bad. Here we go. We have Iowa State +3 at -114. That's over at Bet Online. You know, they opened this up first. They opened this up at +3, and it went to +2.5 20 minutes after it opened. So there was initial move to make it under a field goal, and then it happened again. The +3 went to 2.5 again on the second, kept bouncing back. But this moved to 3.5 yesterday, and it's come back to 3. There's been a 9-cent move last night, a 9-cent move from +3 -105, +3 -114. Overall, there's been 4 cents of movement. That's it on the dog. And let's get into the cash flow for the spot. That's just going to take me a second to get to these 3:30 games. And we have 34% of the ticket now, 32% of the tickets and 35% of the cash on Iowa State +3. You have 73% of tickets and 90% of cash on the under. Wow. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Cyclones, Hawkeyes in Iowa City, Iowa.
Man, this is going to be a fun game. I'm going to be locked into this one, man. Playing in Iowa. You know, there's going to be fans from both sides in this football game. You know, this is what football is all about for the state of Iowa. This is pretty much like their Super Bowl for both teams. You know, they both want to win their conferences, and they both very much can. But this is a huge game for them, for the fans, for the fan base, for the boosters, everyone, for the alumni. This is going to be a fun one. You know, Iowa, a little fun stat, man. They've won this matchup the last 7 of the 8 games. You know, Matt Campbell won this game 2 years ago when they played in the rain, and they had 3 turnovers. That was a crazy game, honestly. These games are always so close. They're always decided by 10 or less. You know, you look at both of these coaches, man, these guys are very much defensive guys. You know what I mean? You look at Iowa State, got John Heacock. He's been the defensive coordinator there. They're going into year 9. Older D coordinator. This guy is very conservative, very strict, really knows his guys, knows his players very well, plays to their strengths. You know, they're one of the better defenses in all of college football over the last couple of years. Honestly, I really like what they're doing over there. I like what they're building over there. And you look at the head coach, Matt Campbell, man. This is the kind of head coach that you want coaching your football team. I really hope this guy was going to get an interview with UCLA, man. This guy, I like what he's building over there. Iowa State, he's turned this program around. He loves the program. You can really tell he's giving it all. He's got the right team around him now. He's got a good quarterback. You know, you talk about Rocco Brett. He's one of the more talented quarterbacks, underrated in the Big 12, I feel like. And then you look at the Iowa side, man. They bring in that new offensive coordinator, John Lester from the NFL. You know, he was I think, offensive analyst for the Green Bay Packers last year. He was an offensive coordinator before that in college football. I forgot for what program. You know, that first half, man, I was looking at that first half and I was just kicking myself, just saying, why did I not take this under 35, 36.5, whatever it was when it closed at, because these games always go under. What do you know? They end up scoring fucking 34 points in the second half. Game ends up being 40-0. Very much closer going into that third quarter. It really just took over at that point. But, you know, you look at their opponent that they played, they should be blowing that team out. Illinois State's not a good program whatsoever. Iowa State coming off a big win as well. They only allowed 3 points. Both these teams combined allowed 3 points on the defensive side of the football last week. Man, and you know, everyone's on the under in this one, I think for a good reason. I mean, the under's gone 17-2 in the last 19 matchups between these two opponents, guys. You would think I'm on the under in this one. I just can't get that. I just think there's too much money and tickets on this. This is a game I think could go into overtime and get over that total. This game's just going to be so close. These teams are going to play to their strengths, which is their defense. They're going to run the ball. Who can stop who on 3rd and short? Iowa State couldn't stop their opponent last week on 3rd and short on that one drive. I believe it was like a 7-minute drive by the other team. It was really the only drive they had. But Iowa State, they had some players missing. They're going to have some guys questionable going into this one. But like I said, man, the continuity on this team, these guys have been playing together. They play for their coach. All these guys get a lot of time in practice. They're very deep at the position. The coaches aren't too worried about any guys missing because they know it's the next man up and they have guys that are going to step up for this game considering it's Iowa State, Iowa. You know what, man? I'm on Iowa State +3 in this one, man. I really like this side in this. I think they're going to get them. Matt Campbell's going to want this game going against the old timer. You know what I mean? Great coach over there at Iowa. He's one of the better coaches in football, probably the best defensive mind in all of college football. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be a good game. I just think Iowa State's going to want this game more when it comes in the trenches later in the game, and they're going to somehow kick that game-winning field goal that at the end of the game, or they're going to do it in overtime. Like I said, I'm scared that this game might go to overtime. That's why I'm not on the under, because it's going to be so close. But give me Iowa State +3, -110, or what best number you can give me. I'm all over it in this one.
Did you have any interest in the first half under?
What's the first half under at right now?
17, slightly juiced to the under at the sharpest books, but you can get -110.
It's tough because I was on so many of the unders last year in the Iowa games. They, almost all of them came through. Just I feel like the public kind of knows that now. And knowing these two defensive-minded teams, I definitely think this could go under. I'm not gonna force anything though. I definitely lean more towards the under in the first half though in this game. If one of these teams comes out and scores right away, if Iowa goes out there and scores right away, I'm taking Iowa State live and I'm taking the under. But if either of these teams score first, right off the bat, in the first two possessions, I'm taking that under, because it's probably going to get up to about maybe a 38.5 or something like that. If I can get a 38.5, I'm going to be all over that under.
Iowa State +3, -108 at Heritage is the best we can get you there. +3 at -108. And on your Syracuse spot here, we can get you the same +3 at -108 over at Heritage. So you are locked and loaded. Kong's Clip says Iowa State definitely correlates with the over in my book. No one knows says it's tough because the fourth quarter they'll want to run the clock out. Kong's Clip says I really like Iowa's team total over 16.5. I think they just need some time to start clicking. Very, very interesting breakdown. Interesting to see you stay off of that under. All right, let's move on to our next spot. This is Saturated's Illinois fighting Illini. I was happy that you had this on your slate for our friends.
Saturated.
We're at Memorial Stadium in Champaign, Illinois. This is a big one. Let's move over here for a little 7 p.m. action and get this all set up. Grandma Horse Racing wanting to talk about these Kansas Jayhawks, so let's go. Both teams come off of, playing minnows, cupcakes to get started. The Lindenwood Lions had the unfortunate opportunity to head to Children's Mercy Park, and there was no mercy. Kansas put up 530 yards on them. It was a very dominant performance. They were up 34-0 at the break. It was, 41-0 after 3. Just a dominant performance against a minnow for Kansas. And the Illini got their season started with a 45-0 shutout win over Eastern Illinois Panthers. They were up 31-0 at the break, put up 486 total yards, held Eastern Illinois to just 196. So both teams coming off dominant performances. Let's get the line history up here and let's roll. So this is 7 p.m. action. Here we go. We have right now the very dangerous 5 or 4.5. We know what dogs do at this number, in college football and CFL football and NFL football. There's a lot of people who like the Cardinals this week in NFL, and there was a thought that could go to 5.5. And if that was at 5.5, I'd be all over it. But it did not go to 5.5. It went in the opposite direction at 6.5, and I'm leaving it off the card. Here we have the Illini opening up at +5. It got up to +6.5 when this line was introduced on the 1st of September. That only took an hour and a half to go from 5 to 6.5. But then there was a move back to the Illini. They're back at 5. They're back from where we started. There's been a 5-cent move at BetOnline towards the Illini. Let's take a look at the total here and then the cash flow. And then we will hand it over to our guy, Wine Time Sports. An impressive start to the season for Wine Time, 16-6 with his action, but on the show, 7-3. So here we go. We have this total at 57.5. It has climbed from the opener. The opener was 55.5. So there's been moves every 2 days, and only 3 moves. Opening up 55.5, moved up to 56 after a couple days. 2 days after that, yesterday morning, it moved to 57.5. So we have a 2-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow on this one, so give me a second to get to these 7 p.m. games. Come on, please. Okay, close. Here we go. We have 27% of the tickets and 87% of cash on that over. And it's a coin flippy situation. 56% of the tickets and 55% of cash on Kansas. There's 44 and 45 on the Illini. I'm telling you, this is pretty appealing here. Tom Leach says cards plus 6.5 is one of my best looks in NFL. It would have been mine if it didn't move towards the Bills and move to 6.5. It would have been Troy's as well. Troy's on it, and he's very concerned. But I hear you. Tom Leach. But Tom Leach, like in Illinois Illini plus the points. What's Wine Time Sports going to do as our final spot in college football on the board? Jayhawks, Illini. Take it away.
Yeah, Satray was talking about this in the chat yesterday, and I had looked at it over all week and looked at it again last night. It's going to be a good game right here, man. Kansas, they bring in a new offensive coordinator. Their other guy left for another – I forgot where he went, but they're bringing a new offensive coordinator. Things don't look like they're changing much. They scored almost 50 points again last week. They're a high-powered offense, man. They got playmakers everywhere. Also, too, what Kansas did, they've kind of been building up that offensive line. These guys are bigger. They're stronger than most Big 12 teams, honestly, out there. They're going to protect their quarterback, who is a big-time quarterback for this team. They rely a lot on him. They rely on the running game. They've got those 3 really talented wide receivers over there. Heading over to Champaign, Illinois. I saw my guy Saturate saying this is the first sellout in Illinois in quite some time. I'm surprised on that, but I think they're going to be rocking and rolling in this crowd for sure. You look at Illinois on the other side. They have a lot of promise and talent on the defensive side. A lot of guys have been playing some football together for a good amount of time. They've got their quarterback, Luke Altmaier, entering year 2 in this offense. Looked really good in that week 1, made some really big-time throws. He can make any throw on the field that you ask him to make, honestly. They got big guys on offensive line, too. This is a Big Ten school. They got big boys on the defensive line. They got big boys on the offensive line. They should be able to outpower these Kansas Jayhawks. But this Kansas Jayhawks, man, like I said, their offense is very much high-powered. These guys want to score and score at will. They want to put as many points on the board as they can. I think this is going to be a smash mouth type of game, though. They're playing in Champaign, Illinois. I don't know what the number's at right now. I really liked it this morning when it was at 5.5. I think it's down to a 5 right now. I'm definitely leaning towards that side. But, they got that guy, Pat Bryant, too, who's returning receiver over there. He had 800 yards last year, 7 touchdowns for the Illinois. He's a really talented receiver over there. He's a big-time playmaker. Illinois likes to run the ball, though. Their run first team, honestly. They're going to want to try to burn the clock, honestly, keep Kansas offense off the field as they should, because Kansas can score really, really quick and at will. So I think Illinois, the only way for them to cover this game is they're going to have to slow the pace down in this game. They're going to have to be big and physical up front. They're going to have to empower their will against Kansas' side of the football. And they're going to have to be effective when they run the ball, honestly. It's a high total, though. I have nothing on this total. I'm on Illinois. I know it's at a plus. I think it's at a plus. Is it at a +5 right now, Jim?
You can get a +5. It's a 4.5. It looks like. Let's move over and go over them all. But I will do that right now. Keep rolling.
Yeah. I just think Illinois has the advantages in the trenches in this game, up front and on the defensive line. These guys are big and strong up there. This is a big game for Illinois. They can start off 2-0 right here. They might even be in the rankings, honestly. I don't know. We'll see. But Kansas, I like their program. I just think this first-time offensive coordinator, they didn't play anyone in week 1. They blew them out of the water, but this is a much different opponent in Illinois. They're going to want to play defense. They want to play physical. So I just think Illinois has all the advantages in this game.
The Illini. I'm interested in joining. This is the kind of line where it's very telling. Does it go up? And then we talked about with the Cardinal spot. This is just very, very telling.
Yeah.
Illinois is live here. The home dog. I like it. Robert Franklin says not big on Altmaier. Saturated says honestly, Kansas and Illinois being the 2 of the worst programs in the Power 5 for years until Illinois scheduled them for a home and home and KU started winning. He said I'd be surprised if Illinois got blown out, but playing in front of the sellout crowd off of a blowout win is setting off all my Illini fan alarm bells. Yeah. Robert Franklin, as I said, is on Kansas -4.5. There's Old E in the house. Our guy Old E ready to get to work. I love it. Happy that you got off work on a Friday. Illinois +5 for our guy Wine Time. Iowa State +3. Syracuse +3 are 3 spots. He's on the under 38 in Duke Northwestern. And staying off BYU SMU. Excellent job, Wine Time. You were money in the bank last night on our live stream as well. You can catch Wine Time here also over at Who Bangin' Sports Talk. You can catch him on Saturdays at both spots. Also rocking the tailgate with Daby Cab and our live stream. What a phenomenal job thus far through the college football season. It's really important for the Cappers to see you studied all off season. And look how you start, 16-6. And that's how you take advantage of college sports. Absolutely excellent work here. Absolutely excellent work. Newkirk says Wine Time is money.
My guy.
Wine Time, my man. Please support Wine Time. I'm going to put his X handle in the chat. Please support him at Wine Time Sports. I'm going to drop it here in the chat so you guys can just hit it. Wine Time, my man. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, guys, shout out to the chat, man. Everyone in there. Appreciate you guys for showing out. Thanks for listening to my breakdowns. Hopefully I talked you guys into some of these games. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, though, too. Hit me up on X. If you guys think something differently, maybe something I didn't see, let me know, honestly. I'm always open to talk college football. There's a couple of people that I talk and go back and forth with all the time. We have a really good time doing it. So thanks for Jimmy for having me, as always, my man. I'm looking forward to the tailgate tomorrow with Daby Cab. And then right after that, Boston the Sauce. And then right after that, the live stream for that Michigan-Texas game, man. That's going to be a good one. We got some good football tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to it all day, man. Thanks for having me as always, though, Jim.
Oh, our pleasure, my man. There he is, Wine Time Sports, coming to us from Los Angeles, California. Yes, Ricky Bobby, Kong's Clips. You want his Twitter handle? I will pop that in the chat for you. Kong running real nice. And there it is, Kong's Clips in the chat. All right, it's time to move on to the WNBA. We got 4 games on the slate. We have just the man for the job. My 3-game winning streak in WNBA came to a halt with non-cover in that first quarter yesterday. Could have just taken full game, could have just taken first half, but no, took first quarter. Mistake. Please welcome our guy, South Jersey in the house, star of basketball programming here, football programming, and, of course, star of the Locker Room podcast alongside Millz, who it sounds like is going to jump on afterwards for a little NFL. I did send him the link. Please welcome from South Jersey, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, how are you, my man?
I'm doing good, man. A little bit tired, but got a week going up. Got a long weekend ahead of us. It all starts here in the W.
It does start here in the W. Let me get everything set up here to break these down for you. Let me move over to WNBA odds. Don't forget, for our gold members, we are racing for $50. $50 horse race right after. We're going Greyhounds. $50 Greyhound race right after this. So let's get to work here and attack. So, Brizzy, we start. Let me go to my worksheet here. We start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Dallas Wings 9-24, 2-14 on the road at the Atlanta Dream 11-22, 6-10 at home. We're at Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia. Dallas, off back-to-back losses, had a little winning streak on their hands, a rare winning streak that included beating up on the Minnesota Lynx 94-76 after defeating the Aces. They lose at home to the Fever. They lose at home to the Mystics. And that was the end of a long homestand. Again, keep an eye on these last game of a long homestand. Teams just aren't locked in. They know they're thinking about all the things they got to do and where they're going, and they just don't seem to be locked in. Going up against the Atlanta Dream couldn't continue their lone win on that road trip. They just come off a 4-game road trip. Both teams played on Tuesday. The Wings at home versus Mystics in that 90-86 loss, and the Dream losing at the Phoenix Mercury 74-66. That was on the heels of a win at the Sparks, and they beat up the Sparks 80-62. So both teams coming off L's on Wednesday. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the Dallas Wings at +3 at minus 110. They opened up at +2. This got down to +1.5 last night. Now we're up to +3. So a 1 point move towards the Dream. Let's go to the total here in this one. We have a 169.5. This opened up at 166.5. 3 point move towards the over to 169.5 at minus 115. Take a look at the cash flow then for this spot. Will we get any information? We have 75% of the tickets. We don't know cash flow, but 75% of the tickets are on Dallas, and 82% of the tickets are on the under. 82 on the under, and this has climbed 3 points. So not a lot of attention being paid to that by the markets. Justin McKelvey just tailed that Northwestern under 37.5. Take it away for us, Billy Brisbane, Wings Dream.
Yeah, when it comes to a side in this game, I am kind of tempted to back the Wings here at this short odds. The Dream have lost 5 of their last 6 games and 6-10 straight up at home. And the Dream got the upper hand the last time that these two teams played in July. But the Dream are tied for that last playoff spot with the Sky, and the Wings are kind of they aren't really out of playoff contention race either. So I think that could kind of create an over for the total. But I really like a player prop in this game. I like Jordan Canada over 5.5 assists, minus 155 at ESPN Bet. She's gone over her assist prop line in 9 out of her last 10 games played. In her last 4 meetings versus Dallas, she's gone over her assist prop in each game, averaging 7 assists per game. Dallas Wings have given up the most assists in the league this season. So Jordan Canada up and over that assist prop.
Jordan Canada over 5.5 assists. What was the juice on that?
Minus 155 at ESPN Bet. That's the juiciest one we're going to give out.
Minus 155 for Jordan Canada over 5.5 assists. We roll on. Tori Coker, by the way, saying dream all day. Dream all day. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have the Las Vegas Aces, 21-12, 10-5 on the road, traveling to Connecticut, Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut. A casino that our friend Brizzy knows well. Connecticut's on 24-9, 13-4 at home. The Aces on a 3-game winning streak. Most recently, they played on Tuesday when they defeated the Chicago Sky at home 90-71. The Sun had their 2-game winning streak snapped. They beat Seattle at home 93-86. Seattle came back and beat them 71-64. So both teams playing on Tuesday and are well rested for this matchup. By the way, Tom Leach, the made in England play today is the over 49. Over 49 in Packers Eagles going for 5-0. Our man, 5-0. Cash wise, we have information here in this one. We have 38% of the tickets and 96% of the cash on the over. That's 38 and 96 on the over. This total is at 164.5. It opened at 164.5. It got up to 165.5 this morning with all these big bets on the over, but it's come back. So it's exactly from whence. On the spread, we have the Vegas -1 at -110. They opened up -2 at -110. So we do have a move towards slight move towards Connecticut. Let's go to all markets and see if we can get any information on the other spots. And we can't. The only cash information we got was on the total here. We know on the spread, 67% of tickets are in Connecticut. On the money line, 72% of tickets are on the Aces. So not a ton of help there. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Aces, Sun at Mohegan Sun Arena in Connecticut.
Yeah, to be honest with you, this is probably my least favorite game on the card. Not due to the talent, but kind of due to motivation with both of these teams kind of locked in their playoffs spots. The Sun have been one of the best home teams in the WNBA, 13-4 straight up at home this season. The Sun have only been lined as an underdog of 3 or fewer points 3 times this year, and they failed to cover a spread in each of those games. And these are one of the rare times the Aces have really owned a team head-to-head wise, dating back to last year's playoff series, 7-3 ATS in the last 10 meetings against the Sun. So not really too much of an edge to be had in this one. I mean, you're seeing Asia Wilson's player prop as high as 27.5. we're talking about her player prop on the show. I remember before the break, like 25.5, 24.5. So seeing that, I mean, her rebound prop is just as high as Angel Reese. So not a lot of value here in this game, but we'll get into the good games after this one.
We have that good game, so let's move on to it. Minnesota Lynx at Indiana Fever. Obviously, the Fever catching the attention of cappers and sports fans everywhere, and they are on a mighty winning streak led by Caitlin Clark. Remember them getting off to 5-game losing streak in the beginning of the year, sitting at 1-8. Those times were long ago. They've won 5 straight games. They've won 7 of 8. The only loss in those 7 games, or those 8 games, was here at, well, not here because we're in Indiana, but was at Minnesota against these Lynx. And they had beaten Minnesota in Minnesota prior to that. So, they'd taken them out once before. Those are the only times they played Minnesota this year at the Lynx. So let's get the line history up here for this one. And by the way, of course, we didn't mention the Lynx. Lynx are playing good ball too. Lynx have won 4 of their last 5. That lone loss was at Dallas. It was ugly. They lost by 8. It's more than 4 of their last 5. That loss at Dallas snapped their 7-game winning streak. They've won 8 of 9. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one and hear what Brizzy has to say. We have Indiana +3. Indiana +3. They opened up +2, moved to 2.5 to 3. The 3 at first was -105 for the Fever. Now it's -110. So we have a move towards the Minnesota Lynx. Let's get to the total here in this one. This total is sitting at 169.5. That's exactly where it opened yesterday at 4:49 p.m. There's been no movement on that total. Let's get to the cash. We got Voodoo Ranger making moves. Risk-free $20 Friday 6-leg play at 93-1. Alicia Boston over 4 more assists. Mitchell 4 more boards. Smith 6 or more boards. Reese 16 or more boards. McGowan 10 or more boards. And Wilson under 27 points for our guy Voodoo Ranger. Let's roll. Yes, I sent it, Mills. I sent it exactly when you asked for it about. I don't know, whenever you asked for it. I sent it 10 minutes ago. Send it to your DM. So when get into the cash flow on this one, Brizzy, we have 12% of the tickets on the Lynx. This is very telling. We have no information on the total. On the money line, just 40% of tickets. Because why are the, trying to get your VIG down unless you're making big bets. I'm a little surprised that just 12 are on the spread. Take it away for us here. Ron Crawford, WNBA play of the day is Lynx money line. Can't wait to hear your breakdown. Take it away. Lynx Fever.
Yeah, this is definitely a clash of the 2 hottest teams in the WNBA right now. They split the season series. In the first game, the Fever came back in the 4th and won that game. But that game didn't feature Napisha Collier for Minnesota. And in their last meeting when Minnesota had her back, they kind of cruised in that game. They were kind of smashed the Fever in that game. Granted, it was Maya Moore night in the building, her jersey retirement night. But some of their form, I feel like, for the Fever is kind of due to regress before the playoffs. And they're playing with all the confidence in the world, but some of their sloppy basketball and turnovers, first to upper echelon, could definitely be taken advantage of. And I said in the first couple weeks of the season, I'll stick by. I think the Lynx are the best team in the WNBA. I'm not going to fade the Fever at home. I would kind of take a team total over here, but I'll get back on the wagon on Sunday. I like the Fever on Sunday when they play at home again.
So are we moving on the Lynx?
No, we're not moving on the Lynx, but we will be moving on the Indiana Fever Sunday when they play the Atlanta Dream.
Well, I am interested in the Lynx here.
Go Lynx.
I am. I'm interested here with all of the love, all the. I'm going to bet it. I'm going to bet the Lynx here. I'm going to join. I think I'm not going to take the money line. I think I'll bring the VIG down, but I get why you're doing that, Ron, because it's going to go down. Could go down to the final shot.
Line.
But I'm going to move on the Lynx. My 3-game winning streak was snapped. Mills, did you get the link? Okay. All right. That is Lynx Fever. Let's talk about the final spot here on the board, Brizzy. That being the Los Angeles Sparks, 7-26, 2-15 on the road at the Chicago Sky, 11-22, 4-12 at home. This is a mighty losing streak for the Chicago Sky. Some of these games have been blowouts. They have now lost 7 straight games. Of those, I mean, there were some close ones, but we had a 181 loss at home to Indiana, a 90-71 loss on Tuesday at Vegas. Not playing very good basketball. Let's move on to the Sparks. They did get that big win at home over the Liberty. Since then, they lose at home to Atlanta 80-62, and they cover easily at the Fever. You said on our show that day that you had this line at 7.5. Well, they lose by 7. So you completely nailed that one, Brizzy. That is Sparks Sky. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. Here we go. We have the total at 164.5. This opened up at 163.5. It got up to 164. It actually got up to 165.5 this morning. There's been a little bit of buyback, but still a 1-point move towards the over. And on the spread here, we have it at 5. We have Los Angeles as 5-point dogs. They open up at 5.5. They're just sitting here at 5, a half-point move towards them. And when we get to the cash flow on this one, we have 40% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Sky. It's not moving in their direction. We have no information on the total, but I have some. I kind of have interest in the Sparks here. Tori Coker says Sky first half -1.5 is gold. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Spark Sky, last game on the board.
Yeah, I'm actually fired up for this game. We're laughing in the group message for the Eagles game tonight, and they're telling me bring the computer. We got a big bet here on the Sky tonight. The Sky are clamoring on to this 8 seed with teams like the Mystic winning last night, the Dream playing tonight, and the Wings benefiting from each loss. We finally saw the age of this team kind of come out and play their worst basketball of the season in this playoff race here. They haven't won a game since August 17th, so seeing them as this big of a favorite definitely does give you a question at first. But we got the qualms. She was in the IG DMs, asked her if she was going to play. The news came out a couple hours later. Kennedy Carter was able to go through practice yesterday with the team, and she will be available for Friday. And outside of the Caitlin Clark rivalry games, this is the biggest game of the year for this Chicago Sky team. Back against the wall, it's September. This is a feeling that's unfamiliar with a lot of these players on the team, but we saw the Sparks get up for that national TV spot versus Indiana, staying competitive throughout that one, covering ATS-wise. They had it as a one-possession game with under 2 minutes left in a very hostile environment. This line is somewhat an overreaction, I feel like, from that game. ATS-wise, we're seeing a lot of the Sparks games being like near double-digit spreads or like not 5 points. 5 points is basically another one-possession basketball game, and asking the Sparks to do that in back-to-back road spots where they play their worst basketball of the season is just a tall task. I mean, Chicago's going to need to step up, but we got the Kennedy Carter clip ready. I think, Jose, do we have the Kennedy Carter?
I just came back. I let them know, like, guys, I know I was out for a minute, longer than expected, but I'm back now, and I'm ready to work with you guys. I missed you guys. I want to make a run. I'm here to do that. Let's fucking do it. Let's turn the page. Let's forget about these last couple of games. Let's worry about these next couple that we have.
We're locked in. Kennedy Carter, we're locked in. She's back. She says she's ready to go. We're on her over 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists, -125. And we're on the Chicago Sky, minus the 4.5, -120. Oh, you're muted, by the way, Jim.
Thank you, buddy. What was so I got kids, a sick kid. So Carter's going bananas with Ella. Kennedy Carter over 26.5 points, rebounds, assists. What's the juice on that?
-125 at ESPN Bet. Both player props are at ESPN Bet today.
-125 and the 4.5 for Brizzy. He's on Jordan Canada over 5.5 assists. I'm going to be on the Minnesota Lynx. And then we have Brizzy on Kennedy Carter over 26.5 points, rebound, assist, and the Chicago Sky -4.5. That'll comfortably get me off the Sparks. Now, let me ask you this, though, Brizzy. in the NBA, the star returns to the team, we fade him. Why are you not doing that here?
I think Kennedy Carter, arguably behind like the big star players of like Caitlin Clark, Kelsey Mitchell, the Sabrina Ionescu's of the world, the Ryan Howards of the world, and shit like that. Point for point, stat for stat, drive for drive, watch for watch. Kennedy Carter, nobody's fucking with Kennedy Carter. I swear to God, she is arguably one of the top 10 best basketball players in the WNBA. It's just her mental is a little bit fucked up. And she's getting a revenge game against the Sparks. She was supposed to be the franchise player for the Sparks when she first came out of college. The Dream got rid of her, and then she went to the Sparks, and that was supposed to be the relegation spot. And then new management came in, and they just kind of threw her to the side. And then she was gone from the WNBA for a whole entire year, and then ended up popping up on Chicago because Chicago got a new coach, Truitha Weatherspoon, who was a former player, and she knew Kennedy Carter from her college days, and she ended up signing her as a free agent. I mean, like, this girl's hungry. Like, she's getting it out the mud. I'm behind her. I'm backing Kennedy Carter on this little streak here. It's all comes down to her. Like, I think she's the best player on the court and damn near best player in the WNBA. She's 100% healthy. It's not like she was like hurt. It was health and safety protocols for all the fucking, that's bullshit. Like, it's fucking COVID. Like, all right. Like, I think Kennedy Carter's going to ball out in this game, especially it being against the Sparks, home court game. They haven't won a fucking game since August the 17th, and they're favored by 5 points. I don't think the Sparks get up for back-to-back road games. If this line was where I had it at the projection of 9.5, 10 with Kennedy Carter out there, how the fuck am I not betting it at 4.5?
I hear you. Are you one of those cappers that fades the team in NBA when the superstar comes back?
It's a yin and a yang. So this is like the Jalen Brunson situation. Remember, we would have that scenario, but then when Jalen Brunson would come back for the Knicks, it was like, all right, well, we're just not going to – we'll throw that one. That's an outlier, and I think she's an outlier to the qualms. Like, I put her in that Jalen Brunson category. Like, when the Knicks went on that bad ATS streak this year, around February, when Jalen Brunson was out of the lineup with the ankle injury and the face bullshit, and they got screwed over in that Rockets game. And then as soon as he came back, they went back to being ATS covering machines. It was like an island game. I think it was Martin Luther King Day. They were playing the Dallas Mavericks. They were like plus 4.5. Nobody wanted to bet them. And Jalen Brunson came back and they absolutely smashed. Like, it just feels like Kennedy Carter or the fucking 38-year-old point guard veteran. Give me Kennedy Carter 9 out of 10 days of the week, and there's only 7.
No, I hear you. I will stay off the patented fade of the team with the star player returning. And you got the Sky minus 4.5 and Kennedy Carter over 26.5 points, 3 assists. Brizzy, thank you so much for making time for us. Saturated, I've not moved on the Colts yet, but I'm on them to make the playoffs at plus 140. But I don't think I feel like that's, I don't know. I've not moved on them, but I have moved on that. Oh, God, they got lucky. Yankees got lucky there. I have moved on them to make the playoffs plus 140. My man, Brizzy, thank you for your time.
I do have football play tonight as well.
I
got one player prop tonight. Jalen Reed over 3.5 receptions, minus 120. He went over that receiving yard prop. His reception yard prop 9 out of 10 games last year with a total of 45 receptions, averaging 4.5 per game. When on the road, he went over 5 of his last 6 games on the road. And then the Eagles gave up the 3rd most receiving yards and the most receptions to wide receivers last year. Yeah, we have Darius Slay, but I'll tell you right the fuck now, we got Darius Slay and nobody else. You know it's bad when we don't want to pull the race card. We'll pull the race card. When we drafted a white cornerback and a white safety, and were both supposed to be on the fucking practice squad, barely making the 53-man roster, and they're both starting, playing reps, and like playing significant roles for our secondary this year. I don't, elevation or not, there's about to be a lot of fucking points scored in this game because this Eagles defense is bad, man. Like, I get it. Everybody wants to play the Saquon Barkley Russian receiving prop. I get it and all that. But I think the biggest weakness in this game is the Eagles secondary. The Eagles are coming into the season with the worst ATS record from last season and the longest ATS not covering record from last season. And they're laying points. And this is from an Eagles fan. Don't crucify me tonight, but.
Well, I'm going to be on the Eagles. But Jaden Reed, and I'm betting Jaden Reed over 3.5 receptions for our guy Brizzy. That's in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Brizzy, thank you for making time for us. Please support Brizzy on X at getting_bills_. You're the man, Brizzy. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah, make sure you check out the Locker Room podcast. Make sure you check out the live stream tomorrow night, UFC Vegas 97. We're back, Brazilian Independence Day, but we're in the UFC Apex. But we do have our Philly native Sean Brady in the main event, and we got the Locker Room podcast parlay with the Philly boys from Renzo Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. We got Sean Brady and Andre Petrosky, and it's plus odds. Get yourself a little bit of plus odds this week and tell any leg you want and get paid this weekend.
I love it.
Millz,
I love it.
actually, Millz, your next guest, I think he was the only leg that didn't have plus money with Isaac Bulgarian, but to his defense, Isaac Bulgarian is going to win. If there's ever a fight to win in 60-second prop that you could bet on your book, I bet Isaac Bulgarian this weekend. He's going to smash.
I love it. I love what you guys are doing on the Locker Room podcast. Just phenomenal job. Brizzy, my man, have yourself a great weekend. Get that cash, crush the live stream, and thank you for rocking with us. We have a special just before our $50 Greyhound race. We have a special guest, one of the stars of the Locker Room podcast, 2 moves in NFL for us. So without further ado, head out to Cali and let's bring our man Millz, MMA Locker Room in the house. Millz, what's good, man? How are you?
I did a lot in this life just to live this here lifestyle. Shout out to all the people in the chat. RIP, Rich Homie Quan. You already know how we coming in, man. We coming in straight to cash, man.
I can't wait to hear your plan of attack, man, and respect. Loving the Locker Room podcast. You guys are just crushing it week after week after week after week. I love to see it. But what's your plan here on the Gridiron? We all want to know. Take it away.
Yeah, man, I got 2 plays to get you paid. Both of them going to be touchdown props, and it ain't hard to see which one I'm on. Come on now. How you guys going to go against Jalen Hurts? -102. The tush push is still in play. They ain't ruled that thing out. I get it. You got Saquon Barkley in the backfield, right? I think it's enough touchdowns for both them boys to get tutties. So first off, we're going with Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. It's -102. After he scores in this game, it's going to be probably a -115, -120 in every other game. My second player prop, staying on the same team. Give me Saquon Barkley, man. Giants wasn't using him right. This guy's been abused more than your girl from last week, but he wasn't used in the right way. He's going to get those touchdowns that he needs, man. He could get it 2 different ways. He could get it handed off from the backfield, or he could get in that little screen press play. Both running backs on the team scored yesterday. Anytime a new running back comes on the team, you know he needs that touchdown. So give me him at +105.
+105 for Saquon Barkley and Hurts anytime touchdown. Do you, with this type of situation, do you put a little sprinkle on the parlay as well?
I do. So this is just something that I usually do, to be honest, man. I take both running backs to score pretty much in every single fucking game, damn near. And then I usually double up and parlay them. So I did the same thing yesterday. I was holding my breath until that third quarter. Pacheco finally came through. So yeah, I actually like parlaying both of them. Get you a nice little plus money price tag.
Oh yeah, I mean that's got to be around +260. Parlaying this. Goran Ninkovsky says, I like this dude. This dude is the star of the MMA Locker Room podcast here. Nunya says, plant that flag, Millz. Do you want to touch on your fighter that you are planning the flag with, my friend? Uh-oh. Okay, we'll see if we get him back in business. Books shutting that down. Books are shutting that down. But we'll get him back here in a second if he is good to go to hear the planted flag fighter, which is another thing that these guys do on the Locker Room podcast that works so well. Let's get Jose Bouquett back in business here. Kong's clips like in Jalen Hurts for 2+ touchdowns. It was at first it was a quick inning, but I guess it slowed down. I stopped watching it with 2 out, but we were out of the first. That Nerfy cashes here, and we have Millsy back in business here for the planted flags. Let's get Millsy back up. Millsy, my man, planted flag fighter. What is it?
Yeah, man, I like Natalia Silva to win. Okay, I get it. She's a big favorite on the price tag. Okay, so you got 2 ways to get paid. You could parlay with Andre Petrosky, get you some nice money. Oh, that fight got canceled, I think, because the other guy didn't make weight. F it. You could take her to win by 3rd round or decision. Okay, and cut down that price tag. And then I'm going with the main event, Sean Brady, man. We're taking him to just win in this fight. Okay, he has multiple paths to victory in here. He's 16-1. Only person that he lost to was the champ Bilal Muhammad. Those are the 2 planted flag fighters. I'm going to be at Bellator Media calling the fights live for you guys. So check out the interview that we just dropped with all the fighters on Pub Sports Radio yesterday. I got a one-on-one with Aaron Jeffrey. If you guys want some Bellator bets, I'll give you one right now. I like Aaron Jeffries to win. He's a -130 on the price tag out there. And then I like Lorenz Larkin as well, man. But yeah, over here at the Locker Room Podcast, man, we've been doing our thing over here, putting plus money in your price tags, everything like that. So if you guys like big money bets, it might not be here, but if you like winning, we them boys.
I love it. I love what you guys are doing. Respect to all of you guys. Shout out to 2 Cents. Shout out to Big Show Picks, Billy Brisbane, and yourself. You guys are a great, great squad, man. I love what you're doing. Natalia Silva, Sean Brady. You can take Silva as 3rd round as well. Absolutely great stuff here. I've taken the notes. Also, Hurts anytime touchdown, Barkley anytime touchdown as well. And support our guy Millsy on X. I'm gonna pop his Twitter handle here in the chat. Please give him a follow and support the show. It's at MMA Locker Room. And I'm going to pop it right here, please. If you don't already follow him, do so. Millsy, thank you for making time for us. Love to you and your family, my guy. Get that cash. Any last words for the Capper Sporting the show?
Hey, man, let's just take this time, man. I'm going to tell y'all like this, man. Today is today. So live it like you want to do it the best, because you never know. Tomorrow ain't promised. So until we there, it's all about getting them dollars over here, man. Pub Sports Radio, F the rest out. We the best out. F the next out.
I love it. There he is. Our guy, MMA Locker Room Millz in the house, always putting out content on our YouTube page with fight interviews. He's the man and a big part of our huge UFC live stream. Let's move on here to Greyhound racing time, closing down the week. We got a lot of moves to make. Jose, how are you, my friend?
I'm admittedly tired, so I'm ready to get this race going. It's going to be a fun one.
Rizzo at bat, back at Wrigley right now, full count and a little squibbler, as he is so used to doing. Little ground out for him. Let's get to work here. We got $50 on the line. We got Greyhounds. We're racing Greyhounds, traveling for a minute and a half. How many gold members do we have, Jose, my man?
82 Greyhounds on the track here. And Jimmy, as we saw once upon a time at Pubblepalooza, rubbing is racing in Greyhound races. They don't give a fuck. Bump, push, does not matter.
Yeah, that was so funny. That was so funny. Poor Mikey Money. That was hysterical. That was such a fun day at the horse track. My man, let's race. Good luck to all of our gold members. Thank you for our gold members. And Billy Friedrich says today's Nasty Nate's birthday, or Nasty Nate's day. Is it his birthday today?
No. There's no way. Today's not. We would have heard about it.
Yeah.
I would have felt like an asshole if I didn't know about it.
But
it is his day. I hope he wins it.
Just his day. Oh, that's it. Sorry, Billy. Tripping, man. It's been a long week. It's been a long week, man.
Yeah.
Today's Nasty Nate's day. Book it. He wins this. The history of Nasty Nate not winning here is something that I hope stays forever. It's part of our glory. It's part of Kelly McInnes also not getting into the winner's circle. It's part of the fun, Billy. It's part of the fun. Jose is going to call the first 45 seconds. I will call the last 45 seconds. And thank you so much to our Pub Sports Radio Gold members. Nasty, there he is. Take it away, my man, Jose. Let's get this started. Good luck, everyone.
Let's ride here. The beautiful dogs are out here. Oh, God, it's a lovely time. Salty Pete, the gold member in here now. Nut Flush 16, Goran Nikovsky, all in the mix. Preston, Ricky Bobby, Fernando Mendoza, Fanatical Jim in the mix here, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a fun race here. The dogs that are in the back, don't count them out yet. Here comes Skunt Blaster and J-Dub making a charge to the front of Jay Peasy. And is that Kent Davies? That is Kent Davies. And look at Nasty Nate at the top of the screen, buying his time with Daby Cab and Billy Friedrich right there. T Director 97 and old Jose Bouquett making an appearance, Jimmy.
Ooh, look at that. Jose right there. We have Kent Davies in the lead and Tori Coker also right there. Big O beside Ryan Kozlowski on the board. And there is Skunt Blaster. Kent Davies now moving in the wrong direction, but Big Show moving in the right direction alongside Randall Sheffield and Preston Ekdahl. Tori Coker still up front. Tori Coker trying to come home with it, but the nuke worker right up there, Lil Domo, NJ Striker moving forwardly.
Wow.
Looks like NJ Striker could find himself in the lead here. We're moving into the very final section of this Greyhound race, and an NJ Striker trying to come home, and here comes the cavalry. TJ making a big move. Not Blood 16, Al Cervic trying to get up to NJ Striker. Dutch Boy Fresh pushing to the finish line. TJ trying to take the last steps to get to the finish line. Can TJ get there? Oh, that was so close. TJ by a whisker. By a whisker. TJ is $50 richer, just ahead of Juan Chavez, Randall Sheffield, Nut Flush Allen 4th, Dutch Boy Fresh 5th, Kongs Clip 6th, O'Brien Palmer 7th, Philly Eagle Flyer 8th, Coin 9th, Eberk 10th. Wow, that was very, very close. Very close. There's a question. Billy Friedrich says, how does Dutch finish 5th? That's a good question. That is a good question. That was exciting. It was exciting, Mally Mal. Congratulations to TJ. I will send him a message informing him on his glorious action. Crystal Craig says, I didn't see my dog. I bet I finished last. Why don't we peruse the 82 Greyhounds that were in this race? There's Old E. There's Nate Dogg finishing 21st. BT 25th. We have Jimmy the Bag 33rd. Been a while since I've menaced in one of these races. Jeff Slaughter 43rd. Justin McKelvey 50th. Helga 51st. Nasty Nate 54th. Crystal Craig 62nd. 62nd. Not your finest performance, Crystal. Joey Marinaccio 69th. Boogie Main 74th. Juan Ruiz 80th. And Salty Pete 82nd. Shout out to Salty Pete. Our guy, Harbor Acres Cottages. I love the bonus we have in our Cappers contest. This is the last time I'll see you guys till our first NFL Pub Hub of the season. Our first NFL Pub Hub of the season will be the next time I see you guys. And also then we'll have our Sunday night live stream. So a lot of fun in store for us next time I roll with you guys. But the last time I can tell you that you have right now, as we speak, you have 29 hours to sign up for the Cappers contest. I'll be hitting it on Twitter here. 29 hours to compete. Please join us in the Cappers contest. Collins Cliff says somebody needs to watch the camera again. Dutch definitely finished in the money. Unfortunately, in our races, only one gets the Skrilla.
Yeah, and we have laser technology, guys. You know, it's really advanced stuff here.
Kong's Clip says, how much money is in both contests? Well, with the addition here
of Zoe Faye, shout out to you, Zoe Faye, joining the Survivor pool.
Oh, I love it, Zoe. Respect. I love to hear that. We have 18 weeks of $75. So you add that to the prize pool. Let me just move over here and get the calculator out. So I will tell you exactly what's up. So we have $13.50. And then we need to see how many do we have up. We'll go over to pubsportsradio.com where you can see Cappers action. You can see everything here at Pub. We have, let's see how many we got here. Let's answer. How much is in the cash? We have 69, man. That's so much fun. So then we go 69 times 95, and that is 6,555. So I know we're going to have more than this, but right now in the prize pool times 1350, we have Oh shoot, I did that wrong. I times it. Sorry. 6,555 plus 1,350 in the cappers contest. We have $7,905. We're gonna go over 10,000 in the prize pool. We're gonna get over 10,000. I know that we will get over 10,000. So we're at 7,905 there. And then in the survivor pool, there's Zoe Faye right off the hop. So in the survivor pool, we have, I was lucky enough to win it last year, 3,600. And here we have 3,230 at this point, 3,230, but more is coming in, man. 69. I think we hit 100. Do you think we hit 100, Jose?
I do. I just want to let you know, Jimmy, a little breaking news. Everyone's precious survivor pick, T. Higgins, hamstring, doubtful.
What?
Jamar Chase, rest, listed as questionable. He's not fucking playing. And,
well, now maybe he has to play.
Amarius Mims, I believe I'm saying that correctly. Peck out.
Yeah, we know he's out. We talked about that on the show.
So Higgins apparently, re-aggravated his hamstring, I guess, and that really hurts my fantasy teams. But yes, he looks like he's not going to play, and I don't think Chase still plays.
Yes, and it's starting to move now towards the end. We're back at 40.5. I wonder if that keeps going. Damn, that's bad news. Huh. Bad news.
I'm looking hard at the Bills for Survivor as well. I'm on the Seahawks right now. I'm looking hard at the Bills. It's going to be scary because I think the Cardinals are a good team, but I'm looking hard at them.
Gordon Kowski says, how many get paid in the cappers? In the cappers contest, as in all our contests, except for Survivor, obviously, the top 10% get paid. So we'll just see how many entries top 10% get paid. Yep. Wow, that's scary news. I don't want to get off of my plan, but that's scary news.
It'd be a shame.
Yeah, that's scary news. That is our show for today. Let's review all action here on our show. Justin McKelvey gave us Garcia over 1.5 bases at plus 120. He's also on Vaughn over 1.5 bases at plus 120. Nuclear says it was Buffalo that knocked you out last year, Jose.
Well, yeah, Buffalo's they're motherfuckers, man. They are motherfuckers. I do not like that team, as you guys probably know.
Nuke is the man. Uncle Johnny, I mean, I'm on the Bengals right now, but we can change it up until Saturday at 9 p.m. Gordon Kowski says, since he's still my 16-point play in the pick'em. Billy Friedrich, his pick milk play today is Eagles money line. Viper NB is on the Yankees, Nats, and Phillies minus 1.5.
Nuke, I didn't know Nuke had that contempt for me. I'm riled up now. I'm fucking riled up again. Fuck you, Nuke.
Thank you, DC, for the kind words. Blessing our action as we move forward. We have Gerald Jones on the 6-point teaser in the NFL. He's got Packers plus 8, Cincy minus 2. He's played today, Toronto, Atlanta under 8. Coin currency play today is the under 37 over in Evanston, Illinois for the Northwestern spot. I will copy and paste that. The Skunt Bag play of the day is the Cubbies plus 120. Gordon Kowski also on the Eagles money line. Joey Marinaccio on Luis Ortiz over 16.5 outs. Jesse Nunez on Christian Watson over 39.5 total receiving yards, minus 107. Jesse Nunez also on Jalen Hurts over 39.5 rushing yards. In the CFL, I'm very curious to see where this Lions Alouettes line ends up at. Not moving on it yet, but very interesting. I'm going to move on Argos money line. And I know that the Argos team total goes hand in hand with it, but just Argos money line for me. Part of the issue with betting it is I've got a big bet on the over 9.5 wins. They're 6-5 on the year, so they have to go 10-8. So that is sort of hanging in the balance. Aaron Gaza on Sinner minus 6.5. Gordon Kowski on Draper money line. Then I'm on the Bombers heavy. First half, full game, team total over 24.5. First half minus 0.5. Full game minus 2.5. Team total over 24.5. I'm in on this angry Bomber squad. And I was going to be on the Stampeders, but if they're not going to start Jake Meyer, I'm not going to bet them. So it sounds like they're not going to. So that will not move. And maybe that's why I moved from 3 to 3.5, because it won't be Jake Meyer out there. So we have Kong moving on. The Eagles -2 and the Tennessee Volunteers at -7.5. Jose and I are on the Cubs. We're both on the Cubs. Then Jose's on the Nationals. I'm going to join him there. I'm interested in the Rays first 5. I wonder if I move on it. Gordon Kowski, I get why he'd be on the Elks. And even in that one, I've got that big bet on the over 7.5 wins, which I'd given up on, but maybe can still get, maybe. White Sox first 3 plus a half I'm very interested in. Going to stay off the Reds. Going to stay off the Marlins. Jose's on the Marlins full game in the first 5 plus a half. Daby Cab's on Marsh and the Philadelphia win at +142. Then Daby Cab's on Guerrero over 1.5 bases at +120. Jose's on the first 5 under 4. I'd like to join him on that and the first 5 plus a half. I'd like to join him on both. And I'd like to get on the under 9 in LA Rangers, but there are pretty weak pitchers on the bumps. Alvarez over 1.5 bases here. Jose's on the under 8. Alvarez is Daby Cab over 1.5 bases. Jose's on the Twins at +124. Jose's on the Cardinals -105. I had thought about the under in Detroit, Oakland. I think I'd get off of it. Giants, Padres, we are off. Crystal Craig play today's Mookie Betts with a hit and Francisco Lindor with a hit. Jose's on a full game. Guardians at +129. I think I join them. I expect to join them, but I do really want to attack that first 5. Despite the bullpen advantage, Dodgers don't hit lefties. I mean, I want to get after Landon Knack. I'll have to figure that out. In college football, wine times on the under 38. That's at 37 now in Duke Northwestern. We just heard coin on it. Wine times on Syracuse +3, Iowa State +3, and Illinois +5. I want to join them on Illinois +5. Brizzy gave us Jordan Canada over 5.5 assists. Kennedy Carter over 26.5 points, rebound assists in the -4.5. And he also gave us Jaden Reed over 3.5 receptions. I'm going to be on the Minnesota Lynx. Mills gave us Hurts anytime touchdown. Barkley anytime touchdown. Gave us Natalia Silva, and now that's a pretty big favorite. So you take it in 3rd round. There's different ways to cut the juice down. He also has Brady to win in the big one there. That is our show for today. That is the week that was Mr. Bouquett. Thank you all for the Cappers rocking with us. Thank you so much. Oya boy outside. Thank you for rolling with us. Goran Ninkowski, Billy Friedrich, the Nuke Worker, Aaron Gaza, Coin, DC Capper, Nunya, Uncle Johnny. We got Johnny Yim in the house. Mally Mal, Zoe Faye, Billy Friedrich, Kongs Clips, Joey Marinaccio, the Dapper Capper, Rem Most, Tori Coker. Thank you guys. Crystal Craig, Nasty Nate. Thank you. I'm That Heat. Am I lying? Thank you to those of you in green. It means so much to us. And the gold members. Thank you, Rem Most, Lucky Power, Noli Knows on Georgia Southern Nevada over 58.5. Truly, thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your support of the show. It means a ton. Now let's go get that cash. Gordon Koski says, let's milk. DC Cappers play today is the Lions -3.5. Jose Bouquett, great job this week. I know you've been working so hard, tirelessly for our channel. On that, he says, stay circumcised, gang. Tori Coker says Yankees. Does that mean they just...
that would not be.
No, it's 0-0.
Okay.
0-0.
All right, Tori. You scared me, Tori.
Scared me too.
PCA just swung a miss at a ball right down the middle. It was very annoying. But yeah, no shot to you guys. Limited cock talk today, but we'll pick up potato skins. Yeah, we'll pick it up later. But we appreciate you guys. Remember, when you're milking cows, bookmakers, whatever you're milking, it's all about technique. You got to really grab that thing and yank down there. Nunya, that's a good saying right there, Nunya. It's a good saying. I wish all of you luck. I will let you guys know now. Saturday, I will be indisposed. So if you want maybe some comedy to laugh at yourself, maybe some laughters, message me around 3:30. Ask me how I'm feeling about UTSA, Texas State. Then message me about 5 o'clock and then ask me the same question and see how different the responses will be. I'm sure everyone will enjoy that. Appreciate all of you guys. And let's go milk these motherfuckers, man. Let's go milk these fucking bookies. We need that cash today. We need it. Leche, hey, los bookmakers.